Give us another minute. I love it. You're all like, okay, let's get ready. No, you know, you got 1 minute. Your clock is wrong. Sorry. Oh, I missed it, Roger. Don't tell him. All right, I'm going to call this meeting of Mayor and Council for July 13th to order. We've got a roll call. We have Councilman Orlando is absent out of jurisdiction.
I'd like to make a motion to excuse Councilmember Orlando.
I'll second.
All right, any discussion on that motion? Seeing no discussion, all those in favor? All right, Bonnie, that's all of us. Thank you. And next, we're going to have the Pledge of Allegiance, and that's going to be led by our Director for Parks and Recreation, Craig Zolkeski, and Sarah Holmes, our Deputy Director, because y'all, this is Parks and Recreation Month.
Allegiance to the flag, United States of America, to the republic, of the nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and
Thank you. All right, we're going to move into public comments. Remember, each one of you can come up. It's 2 minutes apiece. You can speak your mind. It is not a back and forth with us type of town hall thing. We have 20 minutes total at the top of the meeting. And now some people might have thought they had to sign in when they came in. So if you get your name called and you thought you were signing in and you don't want to say anything for public comment, just say pass. But if you want to come up for public comment, Bonnie's going to start to call some names. Remember, it's 2 minutes apiece. Now, we've got public hearings later, and we'll have time during the public hearings for those comments related to those items. All right, Bonnie, first up.
Lois Shingler.
Mayor and council. I'm Lois Shingler. I've lived in Tucker for about 42 years, and I'm here to give you your 2 minutes of very good news. Right. Peter and Paul's Place is just doing beautifully. We have finished the art classes for the until next fall. Great attendance, and really excited about working with the folks at Tucker Recreation Center. They're wonderful, so we've been very blessed to have them. The thing that I really wanted to let you all know is that our first showcase is coming up. It is August the 1st. And so if you have an opportunity to stop by, we have 8 players, the Peter and Paul's Place players, are putting on a performance that was written by one of their teachers, Cara Mantella, who is a local actress who's involved in a lot of television and other kinds of things. And it's just really a lot of fun. And it's 10 minutes long, so it's not long, but come by if you can and see it. It's a lot of fun. And then, of course, we have our dance coming up, so we would love to have you stop by if you have the opportunity on August the 8th. Once again, thank you for everything that you all do. Thank you to Tucker Recreation Center, because we really couldn't do any of this without them. And so we're very appreciative.
Thank you.
Matthew Weaver.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm Matt Weaver. I live on Smithfield Drive in Tucker. I've lived here for 20 years. I'm here tonight because I've encountered at least two different situations that have left me concerned about transparency, accountability, and public confidence in our local government. The first involves a code enforcement matter. During municipal court proceedings, I provided information regarding comparable properties that I believed were relevant to the city's enforcement decisions. Later, I was informed that this information had not been received or considered. To verify exactly what had occurred, I submitted an open records request or -339/2026 seeking any audio or video recording of the proceeding. On June 12th, the city responded, quote, "The city of Tucker does not record court activity, therefore no audio or video recording records provided." That camera is recording this meeting. And to me, it's a reminder that transparency is possible. As I stand here tonight speaking into a excuse me, a recording system, I find it troubling that when I sought an objective record on my own municipal court proceeding, I was informed that no such record exists. That raises a legitimate question on accountability. How are citizens supposed to verify what occurs when disagreements arise? Both the United States Constitution and the Georgia Constitution require equal protection and impartial application of the law. Public confidence in those principles depends on transparency, documentation, and the ability to verify facts when disputes arise. These issues became connected for me on a separate issue related to public safety. What started as an effort to comply with a city notice turned into a confrontation with teenagers who had littered my yard. Ironically, another code violation. During that incident, one of the teenagers threatened to shoot me, resulting in a 911 call and a police report. Over the following months, I repeatedly sought information regarding a flock camera at the intersection of Smithfield Drive and Fellowship Road that precisely faces the scene of the teenager's terroristic threat, and I believe it could have captured evidence relevant to the investigation. Despite numerous inquiries of both the city and DeKalb police, I received nothing.
Sir, I'm sorry, your time is up, but we appreciate that. And I would ask that, John, were you taking notes so that you could follow up? And you've signed in with your contact information for us to get in touch with you? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for your time. Bonnie?
Larry Kaiser.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the council. I had 50 seconds left over from the first speaker, so I was told I could transfer that over to me. So thank you so much.
No,
Okay.
we love you, but no.
Larry Kaiser, representing the Tucker Summit Community Improvement District. First of all, thank the mayor and the council on partnering with the CID on the first phase of the lighting project. So thank you so much. I'm here tonight to talk about future phases or a future phase. So phase two, and of course, this will all be formalized in a document sent to the city manager and Ishri and Ken. But we're looking for you next year, next fiscal year, budget year, to incorporate the next phase of the project, which would be the west side of Mountain Industrial Boulevard. And I'll include the streets here: Flintstone Drive, Granite Drive, Roger Martin Way, Stone Drive, Lewis Way, Lewis Road, Linton Drive, Stone Ridge Drive, East Ponce, West Ridge Avenue, Auger, Hugh Howe, all including new poles, which would be 54 new poles and another 36 new luminaires, for a total cost in today's dollars of about $450,000. That will be our request to council and through staff for the next phase of the lighting project. Of course, if the city is flush with money, we will ask for the next part of Mountain Industrial Boulevard, which is the east side, for another $352,000. So we'll do it in phases, preferably all at once, but if the funds don't exist, as we've talked about last year, then we have to do it in phases going forward. So phase one is the west side, next phase is east side, and then we have Mountain Industrial Boulevard itself. And that cost is about $268,000. So when you add them all up, next year's request and the following subsequent phases, the total estimated dollar amount in today's dollars is about $1.1 million. CID is ready to mobilize to begin work on all of it. We'll see what happens. Thank you so much.
Good timing. Thank you. All right, Bonnie? No one else? So we still have some time. Anybody else have anything to share with us? All right, I'm going to close out public comment and I'm going to go for mayor's opening remarks. We have a lot of great things to talk about tonight. The first thing is Parks and Recreation Month. Be sure to check out all of our staff that they have organized in celebration of this month and our activity guide and online. And I was kind of excited to see that there's going to be a movie in the pool and it's going to be Jaws. I asked for that last year. We have one of the best departments in the state. It keeps growing and programming keeps growing and serving our community. And people are talking about you all over. We're down at Georgia Municipal Association and they talked about how wonderful the work that you guys have been doing too. So we're gonna all come down here for a proclamation. And if Craig and Sarah would like to come to the front. Over it. Limbo. All right. Hold that. Proclamation in recognition of Parks and Recreation Month, July 2026. Whereas Parks and Recreation is a vital part of communities nationwide, including the city of Tucker. And whereas it promotes health and wellness and time in nature, supporting both physical and mental well-being. And whereas it encourages active lifestyles through sports, trails, pools, and other recreational opportunities. And whereas its programs such as youth sports, out-of-school activities, and environmental education are essential to child development. And whereas Parks and Recreation enhances economic vitality by increasing property values, boosting tourism, attracting businesses, and reducing crime. And whereas our parks and natural recreation areas ensure the ecological beauty of our community and provide a place for children and adults to connect with nature and recreate outdoors. Who wrote this? Whereas the U.S. House of Representatives has designated July as Parks and Recreation Month, and the city of Tucker recognizes the benefits derived from parks and recreation resources. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the mayor and city council of the city of Tucker, in conjunction with the U.S. House of Representatives, that the month of July is recognized as Parks and Recreation Month. A witness whereof I have hereunto set my hand and caused the seal of the city to be affixed this July 13th, 2026.
Thank you.
Okay, we can sign him. Great.
Thank you.
Here.
Oh.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay. So next, we have a proclamation, and I'll call y'all up in a minute, everybody who wants to come on up with us. July is also Disability Pride Month, and I'm a little embarrassed to say that I didn't know that. And my husband has a disability, as some of you know, he's visually impaired now. And so we learned about this. We commemorated a ADA accessible playground on Saturday. And so that was a great thing for Parks and Recreation Month. And then this month being Pride Disability Month. But also I want Councilwoman Weaver to talk about what the city is going to be doing with an ADA study before we do our proclamation as well.
I'm gonna stand here just so I pick it up. One of those accessibility practices, speaking up for everyone who's here. So I'm really excited that there are a lot of things we have to do as a city that we're required to do. And one of those is an ADA transition plan and a strategy for that. And there's a lot of rote ways that we could do it. We could take what other people have done and just say, we're going to fix these things. But one of the things that is so crucial to the disability rights movement is the concept of nothing about us without us. And it is something that so many other groups have borrowed from and embedded because it is such at its core about the dignity of each individual person, regardless of ability, that they have value and that they are a part of the communities in which they live. And so one of the things that we are doing in the city of Tucker, and we just signed the contract last month, is that we are starting out our ADA transition strategy with a group of people with lived experience who are have different disabilities, different experiences, their caregivers and support groups. And that's going to really inform the rest of the way that that conversation goes. And so I'm just really, really proud of the fact that we're doing that and have been able again, as a whole city to come together and say, we could do things the bare minimum, or we can do things the Tucker way, which is the best practice way. And so I'm just really thrilled that we're also able to honor this month and think about the ways that we can continue to be more inclusive and bring more people in so that they can experience all that Tucker has to offer.
Thank you. All right. Ask if you're here for this resolution, if you all would come join us. We have folks I know from Kodak and Peter and Paul's Place and anybody else. So come on up. Come up this way. We got a big crowd. I want you here. You stand next to me. You got a copy? And Lois, you all come over to me. Get a shout out. There's you and Charlotte. Hi. Where's your pen that I gave you? I gave you. You got it right here.
I got it.
Okay.
Not
Gotta
about.
make sure you don't lose it. All right. Good. All right. Guys ready? All right. Whereas July is recognized nationally as Disability Pride Month, a time to celebrate the achievements, contributions, and resilience of people with disabilities, and to recognize disability as a natural and valuable part of human diversity. And whereas Disability Pride Month commemorates the passage of the Americans with Disabilities Act, signed into law on July 26, 1990, and has transformed our nation by reducing barriers, expanding access, and creating greater opportunities for individuals with disabilities to participate fully in community life, while reminding us that there is still work to be done to ensure accessibility and inclusion for all. And whereas the city of Tucker recognizes that one of our greatest strengths is the diversity of our residents, and people with disabilities enrich our community through their talents, leadership, creativity, service, and lived experiences. Whereas Tucker is proud to be home to organizations that demonstrate our community's commitment to inclusion and accessibility, including Peter and Paul's Place, a nonprofit that creates opportunities for adults with different abilities to live, socialize, learn, and build meaningful connections with a supportive and inclusive community. And whereas the city is also proud to be home of Friends of Disabled Adults and Children, Kodak, whose mission to keep people moving has, for 4 decades, provided affordable medical equipment, mobility services, and assistive technology to thousands of people across Georgia, helping individuals live more independently and with greater dignity. And whereas Tucker is grateful for the many other nonprofit organizations, community groups, educators, caregivers, and advocates and volunteers who work each day to support residents with disabilities, remove barriers, expand opportunities, and build a more welcoming and inclusive community. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed that the mayor and city council of the city of Tucker do hereby designate the month of July 2026 as Disability Pride Month in the city of Tucker, and encourage our community to recognize the achievements of people with disabilities, celebrate the organizations, caregivers, and advocates who support them, and recommit ourselves to building a city where every individual is welcomed, valued, included, and empowered to thrive. In witness whereof, I hereunto set my hand and cause the seal of the city of Tucker to be affixed this 13th day of July, 2026. Thank you. All right, everybody's got their pictures. I saw people snapping. Oh, we gotta look over here. All right. All right, I'm gonna ask council to stay down here. I got one more thing. You guys can go back to your seats. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. All right. So I have a little script here because I'll forget. Last month, some of my fellow council members and I attended the Georgia Municipal Association's convention. This was an opportunity to learn from experts, meet our peers, and connect. I was able to accept a plaque for our designation as a city of civility, the resolution that was my first order of business the night I was sworn in. This is a pledge for the city to conduct itself, both elected officials and staff, with 9 pillars of civility. Be considerate of others' opinions, manage your emotions, a silent voice is not always a weak voice, be kind, actively listen, think about the impact, ask questions to learn, and remember, quit taking it personal. And last, have empathy. So I'm very honored to present this to our council tonight. And I thank all of you for helping us to be a city of civility. And we'll have this displayed somewhere externally. Look at Sonia. All right, thank you. And we got to remember that through the rest of the meeting, right? City of civility. You'll hold us accountable to that, I am sure. We just got a few more things. We approved 25 new occupational tax certificates in the month of June 18th. 18 are commercial-based business and 7 are home-based businesses. July 3rd was a blast. No pun intended with fireworks, right? But the Tucker Summer of Fun is not over. All details can be found at tuckerga.gov/summer. But a quick mention that we have 2 more First Friday concerts and 2 more movies on the green left. This Thursday is Uncle Buck. Remember John Candy? I see some of you laughing and shaking your heads at 7 p.m. and come as early as 5:30 to get your best seat. And the big World Cup games are coming to an end with the semifinals starting tomorrow. We're having a Tucker watch party at Tucker Brewing Company July 15th for the 3 p.m. game between England and Argentina. TBC will be airing the game, and we will have nets and balls available for pickup games and on their painted pitch, and we will have giveaways, a lot of fun stuff. So if you can leave work early, please join us for that. All right. Now I'm going to move to F, approval of the agenda, and I'm going to move because I've got to amend the agenda just a little bit. So first thing, move consent items G6 through G8 to right after consent. G6, G7, G8. And then item 4, and you should have that in front of you on the agenda that Bonnie provided. Item 4, we're going to add resolution R 2026-07-25. And at item 5, we're going to add resolution number R 2026-07-26. Can I get a second on that?
Second.
All right, any discussion on those changes? Seeing no discussions, all those in favor? All right, Bonnie, we're good there. All right, and then I need a motion for the consent agenda as amended.
Motion to approve the consent agenda as amended.
Second.
All right, any discussion on that? Seeing no discussion, all those in favor? All right, Bonnie, that's all of us. Thank you. And then we're going to move on to those appointments, but give me a second because I had to change my darn password before. Don't you hate when you get that? Okay, now we're good. All right, so now we're going to move on to G6, and this is a resolution to appoint a member of the Tucker Public Facilities Authority. All right, I see you. You're hiding back there. So just for people who don't know, the Tucker Public Facilities Authority was created by the Georgia General Assembly via Senate Bill 230 in 2019 at the request of the city. The purpose of this authority is declared to be that of providing buildings, facilities, equipment, and services for the citizens of the city. Public authorities by their nature are legally empowered to do things on behalf of the city that in some instances we may not do directly. For example, a municipal corporation may not bind its succeeding councils by entering into multi-year contracts, but this authority may enter into multi-year contracts for the benefit of the city, and thus they hold the lease for City Hall on behalf of the city as an example. So I am asking council to accept my nomination of Michelle Battle to this authority. Some of you may know Michelle. She is a zoning attorney in the Metro Atlanta community. She also lives in Tucker because that's one of your requirements to be on that authority. And her office is also in Tucker, and she offers services related to zoning, land use, permitting, and transactional commercial real estate. So she's somebody who is highly regarded, and she served on the executive committee for the real estate section of the State Bar of Georgia and was vice president of education for the commercial real estate Women of Atlanta. And she has a stellar reputation. She's been Georgia Trends 40 Under 40 Rising Stars. She's received local and national career development awards. And she has also been recognized Atlanta Tribune's Who's Who in Black Atlanta. And I've known her for a long time, and I knew she was smart, but I didn't know that she was a Harvard Law graduate until she sent me her bio. Yeah, very good, very good. So I'm going to ask you all to accept the nomination of Michelle Battle.
Second.
All right. Any discussion on that? All right, seeing no discussion, all those in favor? All right, thank you. Would you like to come up and say anything? Okay. That's probably the least I've ever heard you say. No, we thank you. We thank you for volunteering. These folks are volunteers for us, so we appreciate you very, very much. All right. And so I want to look at G7. Bonnie, you want to read that in?
Resolution R 2026-07-22 to appoint directors to the Tucker Downtown Development Authority.
All right. So I'll tell you a little bit about the Downtown Development Authority if you don't know. So state law indicates that the purpose of the Downtown Development Authorities is to further the revitalization and redevelopment of the central business districts of the municipal corporations of the state, develop and promote for the public good and general welfare, trade, commerce, industry, and employment opportunities, and promote the general welfare of the state by creating a climate favorable to the location of new industry, trade, commerce, and the development of existing industry, trade, and commerce within municipal corporations of the state. And we have two openings. And so the first I want to put forward is Mr. Tommy Lester. Tommy is right here. Thank you. And I'm going to tell you a little bit about Tommy in a minute. And then Mr. Ted Reinhardt. Many of you know Ted as well. So I'm going to tell you a little bit about Tommy L. Lester III. He lives in the Smoke Rise area of Tucker. And Tommy is an experienced business development professional with a background that combines more than 25 years of experience in real estate finance and development, an MBA from Georgia Tech, and an extensive history of community leadership. He's got relevant skills of strategic planning, relationship and portfolio management, business advisory, program management, underwriting, public speaking. He's been very involved in leadership and community development with the Georgia Tech Scheller College of Business, the Dean's Advisory Board, DeKalb Private Industry Council, WorkSource DeKalb Board, Raising Expectations Advisory Board, ULI Atlanta Center for Leadership, Leadership DeKalb. That's where we first met. DeKalb County Chamber of Commerce Economic Development Committee, and he was Atlanta Magazine 2021, Atlanta's 500 Most Powerful Leaders. So very, very smart folks right there. And then William E. Ted Reinhardt. Very good. Many of you know Ted right now. He's the current Perimeter Community Improvement District program director. And so that's over where Perimeter Mall area is. You've also been a deputy chief operating officer in DeKalb County. You have in Augusta, you were the city assistant city county administrator, director of public sector asset management services. You've been a director of public works, director of public works and utilities. So Ted has a master's of public affairs from Indiana University and a bachelor of public administration from Ole Miss. And just you also live in the Smoke Rise area of Tucker, and both of these people are dedicated to Tucker and DeKalb. So I'm going to ask that you accept the nominations of Tommy Lester and Ted Reinhardt for the Tucker Downtown Development Authority.
Second.
Any questions? Any discussion? All right, seeing none, all those in favor? All right, Bonnie, that's all of us. Would either of you like to say anything?
I'm the only one that want to speak, but
You're good.
thank you, Mayor. Thank you, City Council. I appreciate the appointment. As Ann mentioned, I know her from Leadership DeKalb, so I've been a friend of Ann's for 11 to 12 years now, but I'm actually a native of Atlanta. And on my way over here, I thought about how close I am to Tucker, or how involved Tucker's been. Growing up, my mom used to work at the Southern Bell South AT&T building right down the street, and that's the parking lot where I learned how to drive almost 30 years ago. And then my background is in banking, and for a while I worked at Main Street Bank right at the corner of Lawrenceville Highway and North Lake Parkway, and then I helped open a PNC office that's in downtown Tucker. So I've been around for a long time. I remember when downtown Tucker only had Matthews and the Mexican restaurant, and now there's like tons of them to go to. So appreciate the opportunity to serve on this board, and I look forward to working and serving with you all. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you both for volunteering your time. Appreciate that. All right, and then G8, Bonnie?
We have Resolution R 2026-07-23 to appoint a member of the Tucker Zoning Board of Appeals.
All right, very good. And we had one opening there too. Somebody who was on the board moved away. So the city's zoning ordinance provides for a zoning board of appeals, which consists of 7 members, all of whom must be city residents. The purpose of the ZBA is to hear and decide appeals from administrative decisions of the planning and zoning director. These primarily consist of variance applications and applications for minor modifications to the conditions of zoning. The ZBA acts in a quasi-judicial capacity and hears both evidence and argument on appeals brought before it. Through their efforts, the city affords constitutional due process to those appealing decisions concerning their property. And I'm going to ask you all to consider Robin Biro for an appointment to the ZBA, and Robin is right over there. I'm going to read a little bit about you, Robin, as well. All right. Robin's professional summary: you're a commercial real estate consultant and salesman with more than 28 years of experience in valuation, land use, redevelopment, market analysis, and highest and best use studies throughout Georgia and the Southeast. Experience in analyzing zoning impacts, development trends, redevelopment opportunities, and property use for private owners, financial institutions, and government agencies. Active community volunteer and nonprofit board member with a demonstrated commitment to Tucker's community and public service. A U.S. Army Ranger combat veteran with proven leadership experience. And we appreciate you, some of your community leadership, Friends of Tucker Parks, Tucker La Vista Lions Club, First Christian Church of Atlanta, and Boy Scouts of America Troop 876. Although I think that name changed, but anyway, we'll go with that. Thank you. All right. Appreciate you putting yourself up to be nominated for the Zoning Board of Appeals as well. So do I have any, go ahead, you want to make the motion?
I thought you were going to make the motion.
Oh, yeah. I'm making the motion to put you on the Zoning Board of Appeals.
I will second the motion.
Thank you. Who am I? All right. Any discussion on that motion? All right, seeing none. All those in favor? All right, very good. Thank you. Do you want to?
Thank you, Mayor and Council, for the opportunity to serve. This sure beats running for office. I'll take an appointment any day over that again. And also, I just wanted to thank you. It's a good opportunity to show my kids the importance of volunteering. My son Tucker just made Eagle Scout yesterday. Woo! And this is important, just to show that it's important to continue to stay involved, even if you get knocked down and lose an election. So thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you very much. it may be a little different than what we've done in the past, but I want you to see the caliber of folks that we have in our community. Tucker is very lucky. Some of you sitting out here are former DDA members and board members, and really just appreciate all of you and all the experience that you bring to our community. So thank you. Thank you very much. All right, now we're going to move on to old business. I've got H1, Bonnie.
We have ordinance O 2026-06-09. It's a second read and public hearing of an ordinance for a special land use permit, SLUP-26-0004, to allow a child daycare facility for up to 6 children at 2372 Midvale Circle for applicant Jennifer Washburn.
Good evening. As a reminder, the applicant is not here this evening. They are out of the state. However, they do have a representative here to speak on their behalf, and they mentioned this to council at the first read. So this evening, we are here for a second read for special land use permit 26-0004 for 2372 Midvale Circle for an in-home child daycare facility for up to 6 children. This is an aerial of the property as well as a zoning and future land use map. You can see here, the property is in a residential neighborhood off of Midvale Road. This is a street view of the existing house. No changes are being proposed to the structure, and the home will maintain its residential appearance and character. There'll just be children inside during business hours if it's approved by this body. Here's a survey and site plan of the existing development. You'll see the house is in yellow as well as a one-story shed in the back. They're also proposing to enclose the backyard with a fence and gate. The daily access in and out of the school will be in the rear yard, and parents will have ample space to park in the driveway to drop off and pick up children. The applicant hosted a neighborhood meeting on March 25th at the subject property. Had 17 people in attendance. Concerns and questions included anticipated noise levels, the hours of drop off and pickup, including where parents will park, whether any additional structures would be built, business commercialize the neighborhood, what a typical day would look like, why a special land use permit is needed, and how neighbors could vote on the proposal. The applicant also posted the information about the neighborhood meeting in 2 social media groups, which garnered substantial engagement and brought such a large number of people to the neighborhood meeting. So in terms of the analysis, child daycare facilities in a residential home do require a special land use permit in any residential zoning district. They are capped at 6 children per the zoning ordinance and the state. And this applies to the R100 zoning district, which is what this property is zoned. Property is approximately a half an acre, which is adequate in size for the use of an in-home daycare. There is room for 5 off-street parking spaces when accounting for the driveway and the 2-car garage. Staff does not envision any adverse impacts due to the manner of operation or hours of the operation, very similar to a family with a large number of children. Traffic should not be drastically increased along Midvale Circle or surrounding streets. We heard at the first read that a lot of neighbors are actually interested in using this daycare, and so there is potential for parents to walk or ride their bike to the school instead of driving, which would be great. And the proposal does provide an opportunity to serve those surrounding neighbors and eliminating those vehicle trips and providing alternative transportation modes. So staff believes that the use of an in-home daycare is compatible with surrounding properties and residential uses. As stated before, the in-home daycare would maintain the primary use of a residential home. The applicant would be living there, and there would be no evidence of the home occupation from the public right-of-way as required by our zoning ordinance. There is no other child daycare facility within 1,000 feet of this address, which we do look at to make sure there is no commercialization or institutionalization of a residential home or neighborhood. And the proposal does comply with all of the supplemental regulations, which mostly reference the state of Georgia requirements for the in-home daycare as well. So the proposal is in alignment with the objectives of the comprehensive plan and would be compatible with the needs of the surrounding neighborhood and the community as a whole. So based upon those findings, staff does recommend approval with conditions of the special land use permit, with just a few conditions on this one, that the child daycare facility up to 6 children be permitted to operate at this address, and that the business has to comply with the supplemental regulations referenced before, and that all play areas shall be located in the rear yard and enclosed with fencing that meets the requirements of the state of Georgia. The application went before Planning Commission on May 21st, where they also recommended approval with staff conditions with no changes. And we are here again at the second read.
All right, I'm going to go ahead and open up the public hearings and then we'll do questions after that. All right. Is there anybody here to speak in favor of this application? Come on. Just a reminder, there's 10 minutes for, 10 minutes against. You can take the whole time. I don't know if there's anybody behind you waiting to knock you down to get to the mic, but just be respectful of those if anybody else would like to speak. So, thank you.
My name is Sarah Zimbardi, and I was here last month. I'm here on behalf of Jen Washburn. My daughter Amelia has been at the school for 3 years now and will be going back next year for kindergarten, actually. So I have a number of years of experience with the school. I can say that it does, as they've said, all take place in the backyard. The kids play, they learn through play. The amount of learning that happens is amazing. Jen was a public school teacher before she actually opened this home preschool 10 years ago. So she has a lot of educational knowledge as well on just how to interact with kids this age. And it's been a fabulous experience for my daughter and all the other kids that have attended. And I actually live in the neighborhood where it currently operates. And I can speak from that perspective too, that it's very well regarded in the neighborhood and the neighbors who live right around it. Some of them actually came and spoke at the very first meeting and noted that, you know, the pickup drop off isn't an issue, sound or noise isn't an issue. And I can also say, speaking from experience with pickup and drop off, we don't all get there at the same time. So there's never 6 cars there at the same time, unless there's an activity of some kind. But generally most days it's there's just 1 or 2 of us at a time. So we just would ask that you approve. And yeah, I'm looking forward to this new move for Jen and her family and all that comes with it.
All right, thank you. Anybody else here to speak in favor?
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is David Mayer. I'm a resident of Tucker. I happen to know Jen and her husband, John, personally. I'm also the president of the Homeowners Association at the Enclave on La Vista, which is now located, it's only located about 1/3 of a mile from the subject property. That property or that development has 62 new single-family homes. There are currently, I believe, 15 children ages 6 or under in the community, and there are more on the way. Besides speaking in favor of this particular project, I would ask that the council think about simplifying this process, because this particular need in the community is growing. We need childcare, and there are very few options available. As was stated, there are no others within 1,000 feet, but it's much more than that. We need more childcare. We need more home childcare. We need childcare that doesn't require large commutes. And so I would urge you all to approve this and also consider ways that we might be able to make this a little easier for others who might want to go through a similar process. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else here to speak in favor? All right, I'm going to close that portion of the public hearing. I'm going to open up the portion for anybody here who's here to speak in opposition. All right, seeing none, I'm going to close the public hearing. I'm going to ask council if they have any questions. Anybody have any questions for Courtney or the applicant's proxy? All right, then can I get a motion?
I'd like to make a motion to approve ordinance O2026-06-09 for a special land use permit to allow a child daycare facility at 2372 Midvale Circle.
Second.
All right, thank you. Any discussion on the motion? All right, seeing none, all those in favor? Bonnie, that's all of us. All right, thank you. Send Jen a text, tell her thank you, and she's watching. All right. We'll wave to her. Thumbs up. Thank you. Thank you very much. All right, Bonnie, H2.
We have ordinance O 2026-06-10, second read and public hearing of an ordinance for a special land use permit, SLUP-26-0005, to allow additional building height at 4985 La Vista Road for applicant J.W. Tucker, LLC.
Hello again. Another special land use permit, second read this evening. This property is located in the heart of downtown. It's formerly known as Browning Village and several other parcels that surround it. You'll see here an aerial of the property after it's been combined and is under site work. You can see the beginning of the road is in here as well as some of the lot shapes. The property is currently zoned DT3. It's in our village zone, and it's also located in the downtown character area. Here is an older aerial of the photo of the property showing Browning Village and those residential homes, most of which had turned commercial, as well as a vacant property. And here's a drone image taken May 21st that shows most of the site work complete. The developer did pause moving forward with any vertical construction to go through this process. And so it looks pretty much like this, maybe with the exception of that corner on Fellowship, which was developed later after the developer acquired a property that had been an eyesore in the community. So this is our first special land use permit to additional height standards. This is something that was put into the code by this body 2025. And so it does allow a developer to request additional building height by special land use permit. So the code currently allows up to 3 stories or 52 feet in height, whichever is less, if you're north of Railroad and west of Burns. The code does exempt scenery lofts from that overall height requirement, so long as 25% of the floor area doesn't take up more than 25% of the floor area. So the applicant obtained an LDP, they began the site work. They had always planned to do a 3.5-story townhome development with a little penthouse and rooftop deck. However, as they started to progress into the architectural designs and the actual livability of the units, started to have some concerns about those rooftops and needing shade. And so they looked at doing different features on the rooftop to provide those shade structures, which unfortunately triggered the extra height requirements. And so the concern was, would people start to install their own measures to provide shade, such as different colored umbrellas or tailgate tents, which would create a negative visual impact in our downtown. And so the applicant decided to come through the special land use permit process to ask for that 1 additional story or 10 feet in height. However, when you look at the comparisons of what is allowed by right and what they're asking for by SLUP, it's approximately only a 1-foot increase because, again, that scenery loft is exempt from the height requirements. So the only element that is subject to review this evening is the request for the additional height. Townhomes are permitted by right. They're already entitled. They have that LDP to build those 3.5-story townhomes. You're just reviewing the extra height tonight. So we've lots of plans and studies that talk about downtown development. We have our comprehensive plan, which talks about preserving the character of Main Street and incorporating a mix of uses to add, including adding more housing to our downtown. The visions and goals include allowing for increased building heights, especially in DT3, to attract higher density mixed use developments. I will note this development is strictly townhome development, but there are a lot of commercial developments surrounding it. The Tucker Downtown Master Plan does talk about a lack of single-family townhomes or multifamily construction that leaves the key market of downtown Tucker underserved. And it states that more housing is needed in the downtown core to support additional retail spaces, which kind of tags onto that need for mixed-use developments. And then the City of Tucker Housing Study says that there are many housing types that are needed in Tucker, and that townhomes are the preferred attached housing type in terms of the community input. There is an increasing need for housing for aging families as well as high lifestyle housing. We'll note that all of these units will be stubbed for elevators. So there is an option for seniors or anyone with mobility issues or people who are looking to age in place, if they can afford it, to buy these units and move in and stay for a while. So this is the proposal. Site plan, 58 townhome units. You'll see in the majority of them front, La Vista, Fellowship, Second and First. All of the access is off of First Avenue. There's one main access kind of in the center of the site. That second access point is emergency access only should emergency services need to get into the development. And this is the elevation comparison. So on the left, you'll see the 3-story townhome with elevator penthouse. So it already appears as that 4-story. That rooftop is just set back to make that 25% coverage. And then on the right, you have the full 4-story townhome elevation, which does introduce more of a traditional architecture in the downtown than that penthouse loft. And then this is an elevation comparison. Again, the top is the 3.5-story, so you can see that penthouse is set back. There is a barrier wall just to provide some privacy but no coverage on top of the outdoor rooftop. And then you have the more traditional full 4-story on the bottom perspective. And then here is a rendering of the units along Second Street. You'll see here how the elevation of the units drops down, follows the natural topography of Second Street, which is something the code talks about if you're going to request a special land use permit for additional height, is making sure that it doesn't all appear as one big mass, and that the scale is tempered to appear smaller. And then this is the view from First Avenue, 2 end units as well as 3 units fronting the street. You can see here how they've used porches and different dormers to minimize the impact of the overall massing and scale. So this applicant also had a neighborhood meeting. Theirs was held on March 31st. They had 8 people in attendance, and concerns and questions included the height of the building, any fencing that would be installed, the parking spaces, the timeline of the construction, and whether or not there would be elevators inside the units. In terms of the criteria, most of that SLUP criteria does address things that don't necessarily pertain to 1 additional foot of height. Talks about traffic, lot coverage, residential use, hours of operation, stormwater, schools, which does not directly impact building height. The development has to comply with all of our stormwater and housing regulations regardless of the height. But the code does require those transitions and incorporation of natural topography to again ensure that appropriate scale and massing. As I talked about with the elevations, it does align with the natural topography. They've not done a mass grading to make it all one block. And then they are using porches, dormers, and other features to break up the overall massing along the street. In terms of compatibility with adjacent property, staff will note that most of the properties near there are 1 to 2 stories. However, Vista Road frontage is a 5-lane state route. It's a very busy highway. Not as much concern about the height along there. Fellowship Road and Second Street, there are no abutting structures that would have a direct impact with these 4-unit townhomes. The most concern for compatibility is on First Avenue, where units 25 to 27 do abut a 1-story building. And so staff did recommend a condition for council to consider to decrease the height of those units to ensure less impact on that. However, staff will note that that property could be redeveloped at any time and could go up to 52 feet if it was commercial, or could also come in and get additional 10 feet through the SLUP process. So the proposal with the SLUP is not dramatically larger than the 3.5-story that's allowed by right. And the applicant has worked with staff on the architecture to make sure the appearance is not too bulky. The comprehensive plan and the zoning ordinance both specifically call out more protection via architectural controls the closer you get to Main Street. And this development is about 500 feet, both along Main Street, both along La Vista and First Avenue. So to show how that is, the code actually says if you're within 200 feet of Main Street, the height is limited to 2 stories or 28 feet. And so the further you get, you can go up to 3 stories or 52. So you can see the further you get away from Main Street, the less restrictions there are. And this is 500 feet. So staff does recommend reducing the height of units 25 to 27 in the southeast corner to 3 stories to help mitigate a negative shadow impact by creating a softer transition. And these are some images that our amazing deputy director put together using various software to show what this development would look like as constructed in relation to the surrounding properties and the Tuckertown Green. Again, the 4-story townhomes will be constructed with an elevator shaft and sky terraces, which would provide a unique housing type that does not currently exist in Tucker. And the incorporation of the 3 smaller units will introduce multiple price points within the development. I will note that the applicant did state at the first read that that is really not feasible with their development type, and they are requesting that council strike that recommended condition. So based upon the findings and conclusions, staff is recommending approval with conditions of the special land use permit. Those conditions include units 1 to 24 and 28 to 58 be allowed to be 4 stories tall and may measure up to 50 feet in height as measured from the front door threshold to the highest point of the roof structure. And that units 25 to 27 be limited to 2 stories with a 3rd story sky terrace to provide better height transitions, and that the developer shall incorporate porches, covered patios, entrances, dormers, bay windows, and other projections and recesses to minimize the perceived massing of the units, which staff believes they have done in the proposal. The Planning Commission reviewed this application on May 21st as well. They did recommend striking condition number 2, which also changes the beginning of condition number 1 to remove the different references to the unit type. And we are here for the second read.
All right, go catch your breath. I'm going to go ahead and open the public hearing for the applicant and those who are here to speak in favor.
Okay, I'll just speak from here. I'm John Whelan, and I just want to say how much we've enjoyed building in Tucker. And we're very proud of the enclave on La Vista. We think it turned out well. I drove around about 2 weeks ago. I was really, really pleased. And I wanted to tell you how much we're looking forward to the views from Browning. We think we'll do a wonderful job. I mean, that's what I've been doing for a long, long time. And I want to introduce the great people who do the hard work. I just get to say hello to people, I guess. But Chris Olson, who's in charge of our land acquisition development, and Michelle Horstmeyer, who you've gotten to know pretty well, who is our chief operating officer. So, Michelle, you want to take over?
Thank you.
I have notes this time. Well, John took care of the introductions, but I am Michelle Horstmeyer, the COO for JW Collection. Thank you for hearing us tonight. Okay. So this is our site plan, which Courtney has pretty much covered for us. There is 31 feet of grade change on this site, which may not be apparent from just a quick drive-by. But from La Vista Road down to First Avenue, it's just over 30 feet of fall. So that will help with all of the buildings. As Courtney said, they will step with the grades. We certainly didn't grade it flat. And I think that will enhance the overall neighborhood for sure. There we go. This slide shows the 3 different product types that we will have. Again, that will help with the overall appearance of the neighborhood. It'll ensure variety in the neighborhood. And our architectural intent is for each of those buildings to have its own details, its own architectural elements. They'll certainly all work together, but there'll be some individuality within each building. You all saw this slide. There is a 1-foot difference because of the way we build our 4th floors. They are within the roof line of the house. So there really isn't a difference there from what is allowable with the scenery loft. The design, I'll say, with the covered sky terrace allows for the more traditional architecture, which we feel is more appropriate for Tucker. And as Courtney explained, she and I have talked about this, our experience with the open sky terraces is that the owners will solve that shade problem for themselves. And so we have found it much better if we just do that for them up front. This is a rendering of what a 4-unit building would look like, showing the architectural details that we include. All of the homes are expected to have the masonry foundations, porches, balconies, gabled roofs, dormers. This particular building has the sky lofts, sky terraces on the fronts. And Tina, who owns the real estate office next door, is supportive of us having the full 4 stories. As Courtney said, that property is zoned for the 52 feet. So it's just a matter of time before it is also the same height as the rest of ours. This lot, this spot down on First Avenue is the low point of the neighborhood. So while they will be tall compared to Tina's building, they won't be tall compared to the rest of the neighborhood. They'll be in line with the rest of the neighborhood. And in planning, the site was just not designed for two-story homes. A two-story home in this case would, with the footprints that we have, would be about 1,600 square feet. And that's, just would not be comparable or compatible with the rest of the neighborhood. So for those reasons, and with Tina's support, we're asking for the fourth floor on that building as well. We looked at this last month as well. This is the plan that we are recommending or suggesting, proposing for the two buildings that front La Vista and Fellowship. The others will be very similar. This one, you actually enter on the main level. We do have some where you would enter your front door down on the terrace level. Just to kind of highlight the floor plan and how that top floor would work if you have a full fourth floor. You come up the stairs into that media room. We have an extra bedroom in the back with a full bath, and then the sky terrace in the front. And then, as Courtney had said, also all of the homes will have will have elevators. There's a couple pictures of model homes that we have built with the fourth floors. The fireplace is a very common upgrade that people add. On that fourth floor, you get that third bedroom that we talked about. And most importantly is this covered sky terrace, which truly becomes an outdoor room. You see people have the big screen TVs up there, and they really are very, very desirable. And I guess back on this point, I had a community development director in another jurisdiction that we work with talks about big A and little a when she talks about affordability. And I think here we aren't pretending to build little a affordable, but we are here offering an alternative to the single family homes. So as an alternative to a single family home in downtown district, we definitely would be very much more affordable. So I'd like to make that point. And last slide. So this one, again, we looked at last month. It shows the what the scenery loft would look like with the red rectangle, which would be 25% of the floor space. What we are looking at with the full fourth floor is 573 feet with a 230 square foot covered terrace. With the scenery loft, you'd have a 256 square foot space, and then the full sky terrace would be 308 feet, which is a difference of only 239 square feet, which really doesn't change the affordability significantly. So for that reason, again, I don't think limiting us to 2 stories is necessary here. So that concludes my presentation. I'll be here to answer questions.
All right, thank you. What's our time, Joseph? All right, anybody else here to speak in favor? All right, I'll close that out. Anybody here to speak in opposition? All right, seeing none, I'll close our public hearing. We'll have questions for Courtney or the applicant. And just a reminder, we're here tonight to vote on that 4th story, right? These are already zoned. We're here to talk about the 4th story. All right. Any questions on that 4th story?
So I guess to be clear, we're voting on not only the 4th story, but then the condition that would have the one corner be 1 story less. Just to.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, any questions need to be related to the stories. But you've got 2 options. If you are to seek approval, could be staff recommendation or planning commission recommendation, basically. Would that suffice for you, Mr. Baggett? And we could have Courtney pull those up again.
There's only one ordinance in the packet, which has the staff recommended conditions. So if you wanted to make a motion to approve the planning commission recommendation, you would need to reference the changes that are in strikeout in the slide. That will be it on the screen shortly.
Cliff notes.
Again, if you want to follow the planning commission recommendation, which again, staff was initially concerned about that height transition, wanted to recommend that condition to provide some protection in case it was needed. But you've heard that the adjacent property owner is supportive of the full height. And staff also noted that that property could be redeveloped at any time and be built up to 52 feet, which would be higher than the townhomes. And so if you want to make that motion, you would strike units 1 through 24 and 28 through 58 in condition number 1, and then strike condition number 2.
All right, so any questions for Courtney or the applicant? All right, seeing no questions, do I have a motion?
I'd like to make a motion to approve ordinance 02026-06-10. I need that slide again. Because I would like
Come on,
to.
Joseph.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the ordinance with the planning commission recommendation of striking units 1 through 24 and 28 through 58 in condition, recommendation 1, and striking recommendation 2.
Second.
All right, any discussion on the motion? Any discussion on the motion? Well, I guess you can't, I mean, just discussion. Are you bringing up something about the motion? Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead. Y'all stop being civil.
I hope this is the appropriate place, but I just want to say that I think this project, when we did the, I believe it was the ULI TAP program study, one of the things that struck me, it was one of the studies, there's so many studies we've done, but we had 125 housing units in the downtown area, and that really struck me. And, for the viability of downtown, for, all the wonderful things that we want down there, additional restaurants and retail and all these wonderful things, we've got to continue working on adding housing stock, and we need all kinds of housing stock. But I believe that I really am, I feel very positive about the idea that we're adding 58 housing units, and I believe this is a good start to a variety of housing units that we can bring in our downtown area and have more, as I say, feet in the streets, but I think developers call it foot traffic's probably a little bit more attractive. But and also I just want to say that I always love a historical nod, so I want to point out that the Browning Courthouse was at this location, and I love that there'll be a marker there because I believe that that also adds to the character and the personality of our community. Say thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? Councilwoman Weaver?
When looking at what the criteria is for approval, and the additional 1 foot does not make a significant change to what's allowed by right. So I'm supportive of that, and I appreciate that. These will at minimum be stubbed for elevators in the hopes that I'm hoping that this will allow seniors who have assets and who have, established wealth to be able to free up some more affordable housing options for more families in our community. It is a missing middle option that we do not have. I expressed this before, but I do continue to have concerns about only having small, high-end housing options. I don't believe that that actually brings the diversity of housing that we need, but because it is a missing middle and it is so, the 1 foot is such a small aspect of the piece that we are judging. um, I'm supportive of it, but I just wanted to make it clear that, I think we need the missing middle. I hope we find some ways to have some other options too.
All right. Anybody else? Okay.
Just real quick, I wanted to thank Mr. Whelan for coming tonight and really appreciate his participation this evening and for bringing quality work to our city for housing. It means a lot. And we appreciate you taking the time.
All right, any other discussion on the motion? All right, seeing none, all those in favor? All right, very good. That's all of us, Bonnie. Thank you so much. Mr. Whelan, thank you again for your continued investment in Tucker, and thank you for the enclave as well. We appreciate you. Thank you. All right. Now get started. H3. Bonnie?
We have ordinances O 2026-06-11 and ordinance O 2026-06-12. This is second read and public hearing of an ordinance for a zoning modification, RZ 26-0001, and for a special land use permit, SLUP-26-0002, to allow a drive-through facility and a concurrent variance, CV 26-0001, to setback regulations at 4270 Lawrenceville Highway for Rocket Brew.
This is a tongue twister, isn't it? Yeah, for Rocket Brew. All right. You ready?
Hello again. This one has a SLUP, but it also has 2 other applications. So a total of 3 requests this evening. The first is that major modification to change the prior approval, which we'll talk about here in a second. Okay. He's tricking me. He's making me do a PDF. One on the fly here. So the property, before there was an assemblage of 3 properties. The property we're talking about this evening is that 4270, which is outlined here. There's a very tiny sliver of property that you really can't even see on these maps, as well as another property to the south, which is 4260. All the properties are in the downtown character area. These 3 properties are a very large outlier, though, in that they're zone C1. You notice the properties we just talked about were all zone DT3. We'll talk about that history as well. So here is an aerial of the property. Most people know it as the Yellow House. It was formerly a gift shop at the corner of Railroad Avenue, Lindburn Drive, and Lawrenceville Highway. So long history with this property. It was first developed around the 1950s. In 1990, DeKalb County rezoned it from residential to C1. And then in 2008, before we incorporated, DeKalb County and the citizens worked together to enact a downtown Tucker overlay district, which this property was a part of, and the property was in that village zone. Fast forward to 2016, when the city of Tucker incorporated and pulled down zoning powers, it became under the authority of the city of Tucker. And then in 2019, a developer had assembled all 3 of these properties to rezone and apply for a SLUP for a mixed-use project with an Arby's drive-through. All of those approvals are subject to a site plan and a lengthy list of conditions that impact all 3 properties. That development failed. It never moved forward, obviously. And the property has sat in its current configuration ever since. So that initial rezoning in 2019 started before the city initiated rezoning, when we converted the downtown Tucker overlay to a downtown special zoning district. And so that is why those properties remain C1 in the downtown character area. And because that is a failed assemblage, the properties were never under common ownership. They were hopefully going to be under common ownership if they had closed, but the properties remained individually owned and assemblage is no longer viable. So this is the site plan that is conditioned to that 2019 rezoning and special land use permit. The assemblage was a much larger site. It allowed for much more flexibility with design. It shows a commercial retail building right at the corner of Lindburn and Lawrenceville, which activated the streetscape more, had 0 lot lines, was really designed to mimic the downtown standards. You can see all the parking is in the rear, but it did include that Arby's drive-through. However, that was pushed further to the south, and so it was less visible from all of the 3 roads, and you did not have any drive-through lanes or ordering windows between the building and the street. But again, you can see that this was a larger property. That red outline represents the property in question tonight, which is the 4270. So as you can see where these lines intersect, it's really not feasible to develop this property with just that limited area, or this development proposal in that limited area. This is an example of those lengthy conditions from 2019. Again, it had that zoning, which was tied to the site plan, so it had to be developed per all of these conditions, which were restrictive in terms of what was requested. This is a survey of the property. It shows the placement of the yellow house in that peach color. The building is approximately 1,900 square feet. The red outline represents the setback of the C1 zoning. So the C1 zoning is fundamentally different than the downtown. Of course, C1 zoning is not a permitted zoning district in the downtown character area, but it predates the special zoning district. It predates the changes to our comprehensive plan. And so it's a pre-existing condition that we have to work around. And so again, the C1 zoning has much larger setbacks. It wants the building pulled away from the street, not pushed to the street. But the applicant has worked to create a proposal that tries to mimic the downtown standards, even though it's not in the DT3 zoning district. So a more traditional layout for this C1 property would be to put the drive-through building in the center of the site, have the drive-through lanes go around the entire building, be visible and fronting all of 3 streets. However, the developer did push the building closer to Lindburn, which has caused them to request a concurrent variance, but again, trying to mimic those DT3 standards. And they have the drive-through more in the center of the site so that you don't have any ordering windows, pickup windows between the building and the street. They are screened between the building and the rest of the site. So again, you can see here the setbacks of the C1 zoning district would force that building further in. However, they're requesting that variance. A couple changes to the proposal. The applicant did add a outdoor pavilion. The typical 7 brew model is drive-through only. However, they have started adding outdoor pavilions to allow customers who may want to walk or drive up and sit and enjoy a cup of coffee, a place to do so on the property. So you can see 2 access points here, one on Lawrenceville Highway, which is proposed to be right in, right out, and then one full access on Railroad Avenue. And then the dumpster and guest parking would be screened more on the interior of the site. Staff will note that there's no transitional buffer required, and there's no speaker box with this model. All orders are taken by a person, so there's not a concern about noise impact from those louder menu boards. And then the property is currently served by septic, which is another outlier with this property. A lot of Tucker is still on septic, and these 3 parcels are some of them, which has created redevelopment challenges in that you cannot have commercial development on septic. They have to be on sewer. And the closest sewer is approximately 500 feet away and does require a pretty big expense to extend the sewer to the property. So the applicant has worked with the city for several months trying to refine the architecture. The first submittal here is on the left, which was submitted in February. It shows more of the traditional 7 brew model that you might have seen before. They modified that for number 2, which is on the right, to be more of a traditional brick, added a mural along Lindburn, but still had that barrel roof, still very drive-through predominant, not as traditional architecture that we were just talking about. And then in May, they revised it again to mimic some of their designs that they're doing in Milton and Cobb County, which has more of a traditional residential character. So standing seam roofs, board and batten siding, stone or brick water table, and more architectural detailing. They also were willing to, while it's a 2-lane drive-through, we're willing to reduce the size of the drive-through canopy so that it only covers the first drive-through lane fully, as well as a small overhang that covers anyone who is taking an order or picking up a beverage in case it's raining to be covered. But this change does minimize the appearance of that drive-through canopy, which again minimizes the appearance of that drive-through only facility. And then these are some elevations. These are from the Sandy Plains Road site, which I believe is under development or close to being under development, that just show those more traditional colors and materials and architectural detailing. And this is just an example of a pavilion. This is the one that's at the Milton, Georgia location. The one that's proposed for Tucker, if approved, is much smaller, but it gives you an idea of the overall style. The applicant had a neighborhood meeting in December, much earlier, because they have been working with the city to make some of these substantial changes. They had 7 members of the community in attendance, and discussion included the extension of that sewer line to connect the property to sewer, the proposed mural, issues with trespassing, interparcel connectivity, the proximity to Starbucks, which I'll note that while this is a request for a drive-through only facility that happens to be a coffee shop is allowed by right? We don't regulate what is served inside in terms of the beverage or food. We just regulate the actual drive-through establishment. Other 7 brew locations in Georgia, and whether the property would be leased or purchased. So we'll first start with the major modification. This is to change those conditions that are still on the property from 2019 that a prior council put on this property. The applicant has deviated from their typical development standards to try and meet the overall intent of the downtown character area, even though they are zone C1. They've done this by positioning the building along Lindburn, by integrating the accessory cooler into the primary building, and attempting to promote walkability by adding a small covered pavilion for outdoor dining. Should someone in these new townhomes or the adjacent Hearthside want to go for a walk, they can walk down the sidewalk, get their coffee, and then take a nice rest in the pavilion. Staff did put in the report that we do not believe there is any reasonable economic use as currently zoned because of the site plan and the conditions from 2019. So the property itself has value, as evident by the contract, right? I believe the property was listed at least $1 million, if not more. Of course, that contract is contingent on council approval to modify those conditions and the issuance of an LDP, which requires sewer connection. But as currently zoned, with that lengthy list of conditions and a site plan that required an assemblage, staff did not feel that there was reasonable economic use as currently zoned. The proposal is substantially different from any other request in our downtown area, which does give support for approval, given the unique zoning designation and prior entitlement. This is a very rare situation where we have 3 C1 properties in the downtown character area. And we've looked at this, we've studied this, we've talked about this for years, but this is the proposal that is before us, and we must respond to that proposal based on the criteria. I keep reading, I have to scroll. So in terms of traffic access and flow concerns, staff did bring up several concerns or potential issues. Both of the curb cuts are located extremely close to the entry and exit points of the drive-through lanes, and the proposed future interparcel access to the south is also located in close proximity to the curb cut off of Lawrenceville Highway. Staff will note that the access on Lawrenceville Highway is subject to GDOT approval, which could change, but the applicant may be able to speak to any conversations they've had with GDOT at this point. So staff does recommend approval with conditions. Again, a modification is warranted based on, or staff recommendation that a modification is warranted based on those prior conditions and the assemblage. However, any modification does have to comply with the criteria and is subject to this body. That brings us to the special land use permit, which again is for the drive-through facility. Has nothing to do with the beverages inside, just has to do with the drive-through function. The site is small, which does create development challenges when developed on its own. Obviously much easier to do a redevelopment with an assemblage. But it does meet the majority of the development standards. That concurrent variance that's being requested is being done in order to comply more with the overall character of the area, not the size of the site. The proposal is incompatible with surrounding DT2 and DT3 zoning, where such facilities are prohibited, but it does align with that underlying C1 zoning that does remain with the property. The property is on septic, which makes redevelopment very challenging. DeKalb Health will not allow commercial development on septic, so you have to extend the sewer in order to develop, which does create an additional challenge. And the proposal is only estimated to increase 8 new trips in the AM and 2 new trips in the PM peak hours. There'll be an additional 72 pass-by trips in the morning and 28 pass-by trips in the PM. But based on the trip generation, not a large increase in traffic. Again, there's no speaker boxes, there's no noise concerns, but staff has recommended that the applicant plant a mix of evergreen and hardwood trees be planted throughout the site to minimize the appearance of the drive-through lanes and try to provide more screening to minimize the appearance of the drive-through. In terms of the supplemental, it does comply with the supplemental regulations for drive-through facilities, but there is a potential for a disproportionate proliferation. If approved, there are 3 drive-through facilities at this intersection, which would be a lot. However, it does front a state highway and is on the periphery of that downtown character area. They have made substantial design changes to more closely align with our downtown character area, as you can see from those comparisons. Really trying to meet the intent, even though it's not officially in that zoning district. And again, substantially different request. C1 and DT. It's a very unusual situation. And that gives support, staff believes, for recommendation of approval, given that zoning designation and the prior entitlement, which did allow a drive-through facility in this location. But again, we'll note those traffic access and flow concerns. But staff is recommending approval with conditions. Of course, we are just a recommending body. And that brings us to the variance for the setback. The applicant is requesting to reduce the 50-foot setback on Lindburn to 4 feet. The property is relatively flat, but does have 3 road frontages, which does diminish the buildable space and would force that building into the center of the site, which would make the proposal even less in compliance with the downtown character area because it would not activate any streetscape. It would have the drive-through lanes visible and activating the street instead of the building. The proposal does retain large setbacks along Lawrenceville Highway, which will align with the shopping center to the north. And it's also in compliance with the Lindburn properties, which have a smaller setback. And the variance does appear to meet the spirit of the downtown character area, as we've discussed. And so staff does recommend approval with conditions of the concurrent variance, if the modification and special land use permit are approved. And this is just an illustration that shows you on the left what the buildable area would be in the C1 zoning district, which again forces that building to the center of the site, which makes the drive-through more prominent. Whereas the setback buildable area in the DT on the right, which shows a lot more flexibility to develop the property and activate the streetscapes. So based upon the findings and conclusions herein, staff does recommend approval with conditions of the major modification, the special land use permit, and the current variance. I'll note that this was a very challenging request, a very unique set of circumstances. Staff struggled with the recommendation and the analysis, but there's a lot of unique situations here, and I think you can argue it a lot of different ways. So going to the conditions, staff has recommended a series of conditions. There was a series of conditions that we recommended at the first read. At the end of that presentation, we talked about additional changes that we were looking at. There is the ordinance that is in your packet has a header that says, slide down here, updated ordinance, updated for second read, changes shown in bold. So be mindful of that. But the conditions we talked about before have to do with the site plan that was submitted, the setback being reduced for the concurrent variance, requirements for architectural detailing, windows, doors, and public art, the addition of a metal canopy, board and batten siding, brick water table, standing seam metal roof, dumpster enclosure to match the building, the cooler being incorporated into the primary building, the outdoor dining pavilion utilize the same form and materials as the main building, that the development comply with the supplemental regulation, that wider sidewalks be added with the 2-foot grass strip, that street trees and pedestrian street lighting be added along all three frontages. There's also a condition about the power poles closest to the structure along Lindburn, that they be removed and all utilities buried. And then we have access restrictions, the landscaping conditions, as well as the requirement that the applicant install adequate striping and signage to maintain safe access and flow. And then the last condition was that the signage complies with the DT3 regulations and not the C1 regulations, which would further help the development comply with that overall intent of the area, because those sign regulations are much more restrictive than the C1 zoning. The Planning Commission reviewed this as well. They recommended approval with modified conditions of all three requests. The applicant requested to strike the majority of the utility connection. There is one pole on the interior of the site that feeds the building. They are able to remove that pole and bury all utility connections to the building. They do not feel that they can relocate or remove any of the poles along the right of way. And they can speak to that more. And so Planning Commission did recommend striking that and only requiring them to bury or remove that one pole on the interior of the site that serves just this building. So again, at the first read, we talked about additional conditions that talk about clarifying that that building canopy over the drive-through can only cover the main drive-through lane closest to the building, as shown on the site plan, that any furnishings within the pavilion be a solid color and constructed of metal or a durable composite material. And there was concerns about the existing structure and that it was boarded up and it sat vacant for a long time. So to ensure that does not become a blight on the community, staff recommended adding a condition that the existing structure be demolished within 90 days of approval of these ordinances if approved. And we also stated that we were still looking at potential refinement of the utility condition to kind of find a middle ground from staff's initial condition and the Planning Commission change. So that brings me to the ordinance in your packet, which has that header of updated for second read, changes shown in bold. Just really clarifying the language that we talked about at the first read. And then we made the recommendation that the utility pole on Lindburn that is closest to the proposed walk-up window just be shifted, not be removed, but be shifted further to the west so that it did not impact the appearance of that building right where it activates with the walk-up window. And then again, all utility poles in the interior of the site be removed and utilities run underground. So the applicant has provided clarifying language for number 2, which does meet the intent of that staff recommended condition. They are asking that mayor and city council move to approve with the utility condition as recommended by Planning Commission. But I'll let them speak to that. So again, changes in the packet, but the applicant has requested even further changes this evening. So we had a first read on June 8th, and we're here for the second read and vote on July 13th.
All right. Thank you. I'm going to open the public hearing and then I'm going to have some clarifying questions for our attorney. Remember, there are 3 items before us, so that means you've got 30 minutes for and 30 minutes against because each one gets 10 minutes. So what'd you do?
Surgery.
Oh, I'm sorry. So I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to open the first public hearing for the applicant and those who are here to speak in favor.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, council members. Can you hear me okay? I'm Julie Sellers, 1776 Peachtree Street with Dillard Sellers here on behalf of the applicant Rocket Brew. Want to start by thanking you all. I'm sorry I was not here last month, but I'm glad to be here tonight. I'm joined by the owner of the property, as well as the owner of Rocket Brew. Heidi Jacquin is here, and Max is the manager for the Georgia locations, and he is here. So hopefully with the team, we will be able to answer any questions that you may have. Also wanted to thank Courtney and the city staff. As you all have probably recognized, this has been a lot of dialogue and a lot of responding to requests. And it's always a pleasure to work for a client who is willing to be responsive to the request. And I hope that you've seen that with the various changes that we have made. And we're coming before you tonight in large part in lockstep with the staff's recommendations. So I'm going to try to keep my presentation quite brief. I think Courtney did an excellent job. This is a unique situation. It's not often that I have a zoning matter that we're all in agreement. There's no reasonable economic use as currently zoned. Usually there's a bit of a dispute there, but given the situation with this property being tied to a site plan that cannot be developed because that assemblage did not happen, a change is certainly in order. And we are here tonight hoping and asking for your approval of the change that we're recommending. So I do have a brief. Okay, great. So here tonight asking you to approve this request with two modifications. I believe that I heard Courtney acknowledge that the clarifying language that we have proposed is consistent with the intent of that. I think it's what we had talked about. The canopy does provide shelter for the employees. We don't use the speaker boxes. And so this is an area for the employees to stay outside of the elements when they're delivering the coffee and beverages to the patrons in that second lane. But as far as the massing, it doesn't go all the way across both. So that's just a clarifying that we ask for you to include. Condition 13 is probably more involved. So for those of you that I'm sure you're all somewhat familiar with the site, when this condition first came up before Planning Commission, we originally thought that the intent was just there's a pole that is feeding the current building. And so we have always been able to and have anticipated having the new power serving the new building will be underground. The challenge is that the condition as it's worded and proposed by staff is a condition that we cannot control. So we do not have the right or privilege to touch that power pole. That is Georgia Power. And so my concern has a couple of different layers to it, but first and foremost is it's a condition that is impossible for us to perform. And so I think that's a initial concern. Georgia Power owns this pole. Georgia Power does not allow anyone to relocate their poles. And to get Georgia Power to relocate their poles, they have a variety of rules and regulations, the time that it takes, there's a lot that goes into it. So it's not just something that is as simple as scooting the pole over 40 feet just to move it. I met with a Georgia Power representative out on site because I wanted to understand. It seemed to me like it would be problematic, but I'm not an engineer. And so I got a little education, and if you'll indulge me, the lines kind of, I'm going to call it on the bottom of the power, it's sort of the thicker black line. Those are AT&T's lines. The Georgia Power representative expressed how challenging it is to work with AT&T and that there are multiple areas in Tucker and all over the region where Georgia Power can't move a pole until AT&T moves their lines. And that is a very difficult feat. So that's kind of our bottom row of lines, for lack of a better word. Then you have ultimately, you've got the transformer on the pole, and you have lines that are fed across the street. We don't have another pole on our property. I've worked on a lot of big mixed-use developments, and in those situations, it's expensive, admittedly, but it does make sense because you've got more of the connectivity. You can bury things. What you see on the screen, circled in red, that's the location of the power pole in question. The circle in blue is the connecting power pole that is not on our property line. And with what the staff's requesting is for us to move the red circle basically to the green box. and for aesthetic reasons. And while we understand and appreciate, I think landscaping could help soften it. There's other things that could be done, I think, to help and we're already going to be doing a lot of landscaping. But the other challenge with the request is moving it over to that green box. You see my green arrow? That is showing how far that line has to go to get to its connection point. And that was one of the things that the Georgia Power representative said, that seems like a big concern. And what you might actually have to do is put a pole across the street on that other coffee shop side that does not have a pole there now. And so you would actually be adding a pole to a streetscape that doesn't have a pole, which I don't think achieves the goal of beautification, as I understood sort of the goal of this. So for those reasons, we are in agreement with the power that will be serving the building that will be underground. But we really cannot agree to a condition, as much as we have tried to agree to most of the conditions, can't agree to a condition that we just know that we can't perform and we can't guarantee, and quite frankly think would ultimately not be able to really be, the goal would not be able to be achieved. So that is the request that we have. Again, the condition number 13 that the Planning Commission ultimately recommended, that works. I think that is certainly something that we can agree to. Talking about just the other condition, to me, I think it is probably the last in a series of steps taken by the applicant as well as the property owner to really partner with the city to make use of this property. It's a challenging site, and we do believe that this is an opportunity to have a small scale use of a small challenge site that will enhance the pedestrian experience. We do have a walk-up window. We do hope that people will walk up and get coffee and enjoy the pavilion. The condition to demolish the building in 90 days, as you can likely imagine, as property owners, that is not something that is easy to agree to. And so, we believe that we've worked really hard to come up with a great use of the property and understood that if that is a condition that is critical for the city, then there is agreement that can be abided by with that demolishing of the building. I'm not going to say we like it, but it is something that we are not here tonight asking you to change. So our request is quite simple as far as the changes. It is limited to those two conditions. Go ahead and just kind of touch on this architecture. This is the building that Heidi and Max have constructed in Milton. They have another location that is going in Sandy Plains in Cobb County, and we are very excited about the opportunity to provide a different coffee alternative as well as the enhancements to the property in Tucker. That is all I have. I could touch on the variance. That's simply because of the request to mirror the downtown, and hope for your support and recommendation. And I'm going to turn it over. I believe that Heidi may want to say a few things and want to leave enough time. I don't think that we'll need to take all 30 minutes, but thank you.
Mayor and City Council, thank you so much for hearing us tonight. I wanted to share just a little bit on more of a personal side of why we're here and a little bit about Rocket Brew. We're franchisees, and basically you see the company here. It's Max and I. And we're in Georgia Max and I had a Jimmy John's franchise in Washington State. And Max called me one day and said, I'm having a baby and my wife and I are both from Georgia and we want to move home. So he said, could we sell the Jimmy John stores and then buy new Jimmy John stores in Georgia? And I said, well, we can sell the Washington stores, but let's do something different. And at the same time, Seven Brew kind of came into my life, and I thought it was such a cool, fun company. So we became probably the second and the smallest franchisee. We have a handful of stores in Georgia, and Max grew up in Alpharetta, and now he lives in Cumming with his family, which now he has 3 children. So Seven Brew's a big company, but we're a little company. And I tell you this because we probably operate a little differently than maybe a lot of franchises, in that we're small, we're hyper local. Max loves Georgia. The more I've been here, I love Georgia. And we like to be involved in the communities that we're coming into. One of my mentors said, when you live your life, you have to understand, what is your why? What is your purpose? What are you trying to achieve? And one of the things that we're doing with Seven Brew is we employ a lot of people. We change their lives. We turn young people into managers and marketing people. And it's been a really fun and exciting journey to come into a community, get involved in the community. We do a lot of charity work when we open our stores and partner with great charities. And really that's our why, is we want to change lives. We want to positively impact the community. And I think that's why we listen and we want to understand your city and what is important to you. And that's why we're willing to redesign and listen and move and change, because we want to build something you're as proud of as we are. And so I just want to share that because it's a little different. Sometimes Seven Brew might sound like this huge company and they're in Arkansas and nobody knows what's going on, but Max is here. I don't live here, but I'm here a lot. But we get involved and invested in the communities. And so we're really hopeful we can build this store, and we really want to be a positive contributor to Tucker. So thank you so much for considering us.
I think we've got some time. Okay, anybody else like to speak in favor of the application? All right, I'm going to close that portion of the public hearing out, and I'm going to open up the portion for those who are here in opposition.
Congratulations, Mayor, Council. I'm Wesley Madeir, Carthage Road off of Brockett. I've lived here since 2018, raised my family here. And I'm here not because I have a dog in the fight, but I'm passionate about my city. But I first want to start by saying that it's very unfair that I live in the best district in the city, and I have the best city council members. So, Mayor, if you would either share the wealth with the other districts because it's unfair, or rename us to Marsha Brady, because I'm sensing a little envy, because we're just absolutely amazing and my council members are amazing. But what I want to say here is I know that this is a tough cookie to crack. I know that staff has worked on this. I hear the applicant and their appeal. I know the concerns about what we would ever be able to do with this property. But I just want to say, as a resident, I know that all of you are here because you're passionate about the city and you love this place. It's not just known by some people as the Yellow House. It's affectionately known by all of us as the Yellow House, and arguably one of the most well-known landmarks in the city. I don't think you can live in Tucker for more than 6 months and not know where the yellow house is. And I understand she's 76 years old. She's got crow feet. She's had a little bit of work done. She doesn't meet the historic landmark requirements. I get it. But what I would ask today is maybe if the applicant, staff could work together to look at architecture and maybe give a nod to our yellow house. If architecture is open, if we can have architecture that matches what things may look like in Milton or wherever, maybe we can get something that's unique to Tucker. Maybe we can get architecture that maybe has some arches, a portico for that drive-through cover, but just a nod for those of us who are residents to say, maybe she's gone, but they didn't forget about her. They didn't forget about us. They didn't forget about what's important to us, our culture. I understand it's hard, the C1, right? It's left over from the county, and it doesn't fit in our downtown plan. But I think that that would be a condition, a concession, whatever you want to call it, forgive my legalese, to say that we do see you, we want to be unique, and our architecture should reflect that. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else here to speak in opposition? All right, seeing none. Before we go on to questions, Ted, I have some clarifying questions for you. I'm sorry that these are late coming to you, but I think council will probably have them as well. So we've got 3 items before us. I understand we've got to vote on the zoning modification. If that doesn't pass, we don't go forward with any of the others. So that's the first thing we would look at. Then we have the special land use permit for the drive-through, and then the concurrent variances. But the way the ordinances are written, 0611 seems to me that that is just addressing zoning modifications and the concurrent variance together in that first ordinance.
That's correct. The concurrent variance is baked into the ordinance.
Okay, but it's not baked into the SLUP, it's just baked into this first one.
Correct.
Okay. In that ordinance, if council is to entertain what the applicant asked for, that ordinance has, number 14 is listed as a utility pole condition. But in the ordinance for the SLUP, it's listed as number 13. So I'm just making sure that if when a motion is made, if any of you are entertaining that, understand that they're numbered differently in each ordinance. They do not line up. Correct? Okay. So I'm a former English teacher, right? So I'll look at that stuff. So I want you to look at that. And then, hold on, I think I had one more on that. So I'm going to go back to now, because the way the ordinances are written, do you prefer when motions are made? Are they made by ordinance, or are we making 3 separate motions for one for zoning modification, one for SLUP, and one for concurrent variance?
I would recommend, a motion could be made really to approve both ordinances. I would recommend you move the ordinances, whether you move them together or separately, because the concurrent variance is baked into the major modification ordinance, which is 2026 and ends in 06-11. If you're moving that ordinance, you're in effect moving both the major modification and the concurrent variance, unless you move to amend it in some way. And I believe they're listed together on the agenda. So really, motion to approve both would be in order if you wanted to do it at the same time. I think it's a little bit clearer, just because of the way these are presented, to move them by ordinance number. And
But should it be separately due to the numbering of the conditions that may be modified?
I would actually think, I had a recent experience with another city that shall not be named. I actually think it's safer.
Later.
I think it's safer to move both at the same time. They're functionally intertwined. They can't get the zoning change they're looking for unless both are approved. So I would recommend that that motions involve both ordinances by number.
Both ordinances together,
And
but then again clarifying that.
Clarifying
this is
with
for-
specificity which ordinance movement wants to amend and how
Okay.
in their motion.
Right, sorry, but it needed to be clarified because there was a lot there. So I appreciate that. What? It's just a lot. It's probably the first time you all have done one like this. Yeah, so that's why I'm asking the questions. All right, very good. Okay, so let's have questions first. Councilwoman Schroeder.
Sorry, I'd like to clarify the process with GDOT and approving this part of the ordinance. It sounds like it could be a detriment to us if we approve it and then GDOT comes back around. I'm just curious how that works.
The formal GDOT review happens with the LDP. I assume the applicant's engineer has already initiated some conversations with GDOT. Typically, they will allow some type of access, but they would typically not allow full access. So it's likely that they would approve it with the right in, right out. However, condition 1 on both ordinances does state that the development has to be done in general conformance. So a minor change based on GDOT approval would not create any havoc with the development. As long as they're not completely changing the location, right? If they were modifying it or reducing it, they would still be able to proceed with that general conformance language.
Okay, that's very helpful.
But that's not different from any other application, correct?
Correct. Yeah, we have a lot of state routes in Tucker, and a lot of our redevelopments go through this exact same process.
All right. Questions, Councilwoman Weaver?
Yeah, I have a little bit of a follow-up on that, which is because I think we had a similar situation when we were considering moving the Chick-fil-A, which we were moving to not have another drive-through in the downtown zoning districts and downtown character areas. And my understanding was that the design was not allowed to have an exit onto Hugh Howell Road because of that same state route and like distance between road issues. So I would like to know if there has been a conversation with GDOT and what their recommendations are.
I'm sorry we don't have a lapel mic for you. You want to give her the wireless? Come on, Joseph.
This is okay. I mean, I'm once I get going. It's okay. So thank you. As far as this has been a very long process, and so there has not been an approval by GDOT for the what is proposed with the right in, right out. So that has we are certainly hopeful and expect that they will approve that. There is a curb cut there today that is full access. So what's being proposed is actually reducing the access onto Lawrenceville Highway. But that will come, as Courtney mentioned, with the LDP.
Well, and I had a follow-up to that about that Lawrenceville Highway entry and exit. So it looked like in the sort of historic, like pre-rezoning, that the right in, right out was actually like a whole sort of like turn lane that was in the property. And this looks like it's just basically like a slightly modified version of what's there right now. So what happens to cars that are coming into that property if they get backed up?
So the way the site works with the right in off of Lawrenceville Highway, they will flow towards Railroad, and there are two lanes plus a bypass lane. And so one of the, I think, benefits of Seven Brew and their operations is the fact that they have people taking orders, and there are people that if there are if it's a super busy time, people can help direct traffic to make sure that we're not backing up onto Lawrenceville Highway. But we have sufficient stacking to not be concerned from an operational standpoint that we will be flowing out into Lawrenceville Highway.
I'm wondering if we could put the map up because what you just described is not how I was reading it and understanding it. So
Sure.
Joseph, could we put up the traffic flow?
But it should be in here. Let's see. Yes.
So you're saying that on the right-hand side off of Lawrenceville Highway, that people come in that way to go through the drive-through? They don't come in off of Railroad?
They could come in off of Railroad. So Railroad would be, oh wait. Is that the slide? Or is it magnified a little bit? Can we make it smaller? Or like the, yeah. Oh, okay, okay. So Railroad is, this is, sorry, it's not the highlighter. This is, can you all see? Mhm. Oh, okay, sorry, on mine, I've got all the things, so it's hard. So that's a railroad. So railroad would allow for entrance and exit from railroad. This is Lawrenceville Highway over here. Okay, that's easier for me to look at the screen. So this is where we have the right in. So you would flow in here and then travel toward railroad, and then that's where you loop around. So we have all, if it was high volume, you've got all of this area internal on our site for cars to stack before they even actually get to the formal stacking area.
And when you're talking about employees would manage the traffic, would that be at both places where there would be potential conflicts?
Yes.
I was curious because I know this sort of relates to that, which is what is the volume of cars? So in the application, it talked about the trip generation. Was there any additional traffic studies, like in terms of not just how many additional trips, but sort of like, because it says something like at peak hours, there's like 138, on like 138 cars going through that site on a peak hour. Has there been any traffic studies to understand based on this flow where those potential traffic impacts are outside of the site?
So with the traffic study, what the traffic study and what we're looking at typically is whether we're going to be impacting the existing traffic in the site and how that's going to flow. Because of Lawrenceville Highway being, and you all know as well as I do, a major thoroughfare, it's a state highway, the volume of traffic on that road, those are going to be our patrons. So this is not, a Costco destination where you might have one and somebody's going to drive 20 miles to go to Costco or something. This really is a food and beverage service that is patronized by the people that are in the area going by. So we don't have an additional traffic impact study or anything like that. I think there was mention of the prior site plan having a different lane for the turn lane. That, I believe, was with the 2019 approval that was for the assemblage, which was a higher intensity use because you had commercial shopping center as well as the Arby's restaurant. And so that did have a higher volume of traffic that warranted that additional turn lane, which we don't have here.
Okay. Yeah, I'm still still not understanding, because I think it was shared in the last read that you don't have very many Seven Brew, Rocket Brew in downtowns. Like they're mostly in suburban parking lot, like strip mall parking lots. And so there's a lot of other asphalt where people can kind of queue up.
Not, I mean, there's a variety. Just like I think probably other types of businesses. I would say it's not, I mean, there are very unique aspects about this site for sure, but I think as far as the flow for the drive-through, the amount of space that we have for the cars to queue is comparable. And I think importantly, we satisfy what the city's code requires as far as, the city has regulations for drive-through facilities that requires the stacking to avoid issues. And we comply and exceed what those requirements are.
Yeah, I think it's just a question of like what GDOT is going to say, because I think it's a very short turn in from the intersection when it's a very light, use that's not that big of a deal. But if you're talking about hundreds of additional cars going onto the site and off the site, just trying to think about where the places are that's primarily going to happen. But thank you for that. I had another question because you talked about no speaker box, but I saw some people commenting about music that's played and music speakers. So will there be no speakers whatsoever on the site?
There is music that is on the site, but not a like order box where you have the cars are not pulling up and the people are not inside the building taking orders and having that noise back and forth. But yes, we do have music speakers for ambiance.
And I didn't know if there's any distinction between like the downtown ordinances around noise and decibel level versus the C zoning decibel level, because I know that wasn't addressed in any of the conditions. So I'm just trying to think about, we have a big, housing development right there with a bunch of seniors. And so just trying to make sure I understand kind of what the environment is that will be happening around there.
And I mean, we would certainly have to comply with the city's noise ordinance. I haven't looked specifically to know if there's a difference between, if there's a different noise level allowed in downtown. I would almost think it would be higher just given the, but even if it is, I don't think that would likely apply for our property because we're not zoned DT. So we would probably have a more restrictive if that's the case, but I'm totally speculating and should probably not do that.
I just know that we have put conditions around the direction of speakers before, whether it's an order box or not. And since that wasn't addressed, I just wanted to make sure I understood why.
Yeah, staff was not aware that there was music speakers, but this property, regardless of the zoning, would fall under Division 3, which is commercial and industrial areas and mixed-use development. It's cannot exceed 70 dBA in commercial areas or 70 dBA in mixed-use developments between the hours of 7:01 a.m. and 10:59 p.m. Or then 60 dBA between the hours of 11 p.m. and 7. So it would be the same regardless of the underlying zoning.
Thank you for that. And I think my other questions are for Courtney. So thank you for
I'll
hanging in there.
I was gonna say hang out.
Yeah.
If I just hang out, it's actually more comfortable than sitting.
One question that I had was, so where the recommendation is that we do this because an assemblage is what was required. What happens to the other part of the assemblage that had a SLUP that was also a part of this when we make this decision?
So those other two properties would remain C1 and would also remain with the 2019 conditions, which would make redevelopment of those also challenging. So you're only modifying the conditions on 4270. You're not modifying them on 4260. So it would be another unique situation.
And you would just wait until somebody did that versus the city saying, I'm sort of concerned about potentially leaving this other property in sort of like a de facto spot zoning because we're making one and not the other when they were considered together on the first one?
Yeah, I mean, the city can consider a city-initiated rezoning if they want to start that process, or they can wait for the applicant or a redeveloper to come in and make a request.
Okay. And can we just, on the GDOT, what happens if we have, it has to be this way per GDOT, and GDOT says, no, it can't happen? Do they get to move forward with it as is? Or do they come back to us, or do they go to somebody else? Like, how does it work if that part is not approved?
It depends on what they're asking for. If they were going to reduce it to say right out only, it would be a very minor change that would decrease the intensity of the site plan. It would be in general conformance, so they would move forward. If they came and said you have to have a curb cut on Lindburn, which they really can't do because it's not a state route, then that's going to be a major site plan change and would have to go back through this process. But typically, they're going to allow some type of access. The Chick-fil-A proposal, they had, I think, a narrower frontage on Hugh Howell. I don't believe there was an existing curb cut. And I were trying to remember the specifics of the Chick-fil-A proposal. And of course, the GDOT authority switched by the time that was entitled and then developed. But most likely they're going to decrease it. So, right, I mean, typically they will allow some restricted access or no access, which would mean either keeping it with just access on railroad, which would be in general conformance.
And then, so right now it's a shared driveway for the whole area, or there are two driveways?
So 4260 has a curb cut on Lawrenceville Highway, and you can kind of drive around it. It's not really intended to be shared. I mean, you can make it work if you are creative and bold, but right now the main access off of Lawrenceville is 4260. So, a larger redevelopment with an assemblage with more shared access is ideal, right? If 4260 were to come and be redeveloped, they are showing a proposed inner parcel. It would be ideal if they did not have a second curb cut located in close proximity. But again, that would be subject to GDOT approval.
Okay, my last question is, I think that the last read, there was a conversation about the fact that there are the 5 parking spots, but that there would be more employees on site than the 5 parking spots. And so I just wanted to see if you could just speak to that again.
Sure. So, a lot of the employees, as Heidi mentioned, are young adults, and I was gonna say young people, young adults. And so there's a variety of different, just based on other, locations, as far as some people ride together, some people walk or bike. So, we have parked the site in accordance with the city code, and we do think that based operationally that it will be sufficient for the employees.
All right. Councilwoman Troche.
First of all, thank you. So I'll go back to, other council people have covered actually several of the questions I was going to ask. I just want to double check on the music, because that was brought up by constituents. I just want to make sure that we agree that if there were, even if it was in compliance with our noise ordinance, if it was for some reason disturbing the residents that live near there, that we could have a conversation about adjusting that. Because I get the vibe, you want to have a fun vibe for the workers and the folks that come, but we just we would want to make sure that it didn't become a problem.
Sure. And that, I think that that's one of, I'd say the benefits of working with a small business who wants to do business in the city is, you've got the people that are the decision makers, right here. And so, Max will certainly be, available to address, concerns if there are concerns. So absolutely.
Awesome. Could we please pull up the diagram of the site again? I want to talk about the traffic flow. Please. Thanks, Joseph.
Yes.
There we go. Okay.
Oops, sorry.
So if I'm coming off Lawrenceville, I take the right in. I am crossing over the exit lane from the two drive-throughs, right?
You are.
Okay, I'll come back to that. Then we're gonna go through, and if I pull through the drive-through and circle around counterclockwise, and when I exit onto Railroad, I am crossing over incoming.
If you are,
So if I go
I
through
mean,
the
yes,
drive-through and
so-
turn right and I stop at that do not enter spot, and
Yes.
I go straight and then go back to Railroad, I'm crossing over people that are coming in off of Railroad.
I would say you're flowing with them, not necessarily crossing over. If you were going to exit onto Lawrenceville Highway, then from my way of thinking, then you would cross over to get to the exit. But if you were going to circle back to Railroad, you would be going the same traffic pattern as the folks coming in off of Lawrenceville Highway.
Okay.
So you would flow in with them.
Right. That crossover I want to talk about at Lawrenceville in a second, but like exiting the property, like
Mhm.
circling around, going past the parking places and exiting, I would stay on the right, obviously. And then it seems like people would be coming in where if I stop to look at, because I have to stop at Railroad exiting, then there's people coming in who are gonna maybe want to go over into lane one. That seems a little,
It's tight.
yeah.
Yeah, it's tight. I mean, it's, I'm just
Okay. I just want to make
it's-
sure it's interpreting it.
Yes, you are. It's, it is in a perfect world without regulations,
Right.
we would probably have the building in the middle of the,
Right.
and actually we did provide Courtney with a site plan that did have a different configuration, but to get that different configuration, the building is in the middle of the site. While it is tight, we still believe that it's workable and it's safe and it's not going to present problems.
Okay.
I think given the turning radius, I guess, if you will, if you were coming in off of Railroad, you're likely going to be going into that lane too, just because it's just,
Right.
and so if
So you
in
don't
the
wanna be behind
event,
Yeah. Okay, that makes sense. I mean, drivers and they're distracted and they're happy they had their
Yes.
coffee, so.
and I think that, that's this, as you can likely imagine, given the months and quite frankly, years that this has been in the works, Heidi's investing a lot of money in this property. And so I think for her to have the confidence that this is going to flow and you're going to be able to get people in and out, that's what's important about a successful coffee shop. It's definitely a plan that I think has been looked at a lot to make sure that there's comfort there.
Yeah, I totally understand that you guys, the experience you provide benefits you as well as us. So totally get that. So back to the Lawrenceville, I feel like that intersection of traffic is potentially troublesome because people can be going pretty quickly on Lawrenceville and then they can scoot off of Lawrenceville pretty quickly, like, oh, I forgot, I want to go get my coffee. And I feel like that intersection on the property is going to need some extra attention because, a lot of signage, a lot of lines, because they are zipping in off of a highway and then potentially having to stop short because then somebody exiting didn't totally look for them. And I think that's not just a what if, like that's definitely going to happen. People are going to exit the drive-through lane and not see that somebody is coming in and taking a nice hard right into there. And I feel like if I were y'all, I would want to pay some attention to that because of driver behavior from a highway into having to make a very quick adjustment to
Right.
getting into a parking lot.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Yeah. I kind of wish that write-in weren't there. I know it would create other problems in pushing everything to railroad, but I just foresee that being challenging. I don't think volume-wise, I think it's just going to be the occasional, you know. So, but I get it that it's the site plan that we asked for. I do favor the building being on Lindburn. I like Lindburn not having a curb cut. I like it being a full sidewalk and presenting that side of the property nicely.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, I drive on Lawrenceville every single day, and unless they got stopped at that red light,
Right.
they're gonna zoom through and they're gonna make a last minute decision to come in, and I would be afraid there would be, you might want to consider staffing it, you know.
And that's, I think I think about, that's one of the, certainly one of the operational solves. And, we see this in a variety of different uses around town. I think Chick-fil-A is probably one of the most common, but I live near a hospital and, you do solve for traffic flow with, with staffing to help direct it. So I think that certainly appreciate and understand the concern expressed, and I'm confident working through with GDOT, that will continue to be vetted.
Great. And then I think my last question is, could you talk a little bit about the landscaping? Because I'm sure you know that in addition to some of the sentimental attachment to the yellow house, there is sentimental attachment to keeping as many trees as possible. Specific, the ones on Railroad, if we want a sidewalk back there and all the sewer work, those are, anything that happens here those would fall victim to that. But sure, we're gonna, understandably hear about the magnolia that's in the middle of the property. And so I just wanted to hear a little bit more about the landscaping so that we could talk about greening it back up.
Sure. I do think, a lot of the landscaping will be new. It will be because we're going to have new sidewalks and all of that. And so I think that is something, we do have some landscaping shown on the plan. But that is an area, I think, as I mentioned, and I've worked with Heidi and Max on multiple locations, and it wasn't just lip service saying like it really is a privilege to work with clients that like they go the extra mile. And so I think that my guess would be as we go through the permitting process and all of that, that we'll continue to partner with staff to make sure, even just, kind of when Heidi and I were talking about the power pole, and just, and that's, I think, one area that she really likes to utilize landscaping to really help camouflage. Maybe you have site conditions that are not the most attractive, and so that's something that will certainly be embraced. I don't have a more detailed landscaping plan than what we have on the site plan, but can certainly say and are happy to continue to reach out, obviously, in your district to as we get to that stage to make sure that we're continuing that collaboration.
Thank you. That's all I have.
All right. Questions?
Super quick. The right turn in island, I don't know if it's an oversight and I'm sure it's not part of our design yet, but we were talking about ADA transition. I noticed there's no kind of cut through for people to walk through the island. So
I think that's probably, it's probably not showing up on paper, but it would be, because I think that would be required to be compliant.
yeah, I'm not sure in our city. I've seen some legacy turn-ins and like medians that don't have those within our city. So I just want to make sure.
And they could be older projects.
Yeah,
That's why you don't see
exactly.
them, because this will be a new project. Courtney, can you speak to that?
We would have to get the city engineer to review that and weigh in on it, but that'll be something we look at specifically during the LDP.
Can you guys take a note of that tonight? Thank you.
This button's not working for me tonight. I have a couple of questions for you, Courtney. In your memory, how long has this building been empty?
This building, we believe, has been empty since we incorporated in 2016.
Okay.
You know
And-
the answer.
Ten years, basically. Okay. So you and I have talked a few times. I know I've been briefed at least once on other maybe potential projects, but can you speak to the history of folks looking at this particular property and trying to make projects work there, so some sort of development, specifically related to sewer, the septic and the sewer? I know that I'm going to presume that 500 feet is going to be very costly. Was there ever an estimate that other folks looked at, or?
I've never gotten information about the estimated cost to extend it, but I would agree that that is probably a costly action. The property has changed hands at least once in those 10 years. There was two business partners that acquired the property. They looked at either trying to use the existing house or redeveloping the property with a larger assemblage. We also get a lot of calls about the property. The majority of those uses have been auto-oriented because they are C1 properties on the map. So a lot of auto-oriented tire change, oil change, fast food restaurants. We had another establishment I know tried to get the property under contract that was a similar small user, really started small in like a cargo container and then expanded to have some indoor and outdoor dining. But again, had a drive-through component. We've had one housing development that was interested in building some affordable housing, but they weren't able to get the property under contract. I believe this is the second time Rocket Brew has had it under contract in the last several years.
Okay. Thank you. And then I actually just have one question for you, and that going back to the traffic flow in there, have you guys looked at having this a right turn out? Have you considered just like how that would, impact the traffic flow? Would it be viable to you to just have a right turn out and not the right turn in?
The right turn in is important because of the people that are on Lawrenceville Highway. That is a big source of who we anticipate, is already on the road and will be coming here. So that right in is important to us. Certainly have looked at a lot of different configurations, but the right turn in is important.
Gotcha. Okay, thank you.
And I don't know, but I can just speak to, we have been in touch with DeKalb County on, making sure that we're getting that in the works as far as confirming ability to extend and all of that. So those conversations, I don't have an estimate. I do think it's expensive, very expensive, but those conversations have
The
been taken
sewer
place.
Yes. Yep. Okay. Thank you.
All right, let's go around follow-up questions. Anybody? All right. Do I have a motion?
Ted, I'm gonna need your help. So, we need to change, just based on the overhang language alone, we need to request a motion to pass with at least that change, right? And then deal with also the powerful issue change, right?
You could make a motion that incorporates both of them.
Okay, in one motion for both ordinance. All right, I will give this a shot, Ed, and then you can tell me if I did something wrong. I would like to make a motion to approve ordinances 02026-06-11 and 02026-06-12 with modifications to the, again, failing without a number.
Condition number 2.
Yeah, condition number 2 on ordinance that ends in 1-2.
And 1-1.
And 1-1. Well, they're different numbers, but yes, okay. The condition for the building canopy to have a small overhang for employees servicing the second lane. And then a later condition, numbered 13 and 14, that the owner developer shall bury underground the connecting power utilities to the building on site.
Second.
Would the council member mind just clarifying that her reference to modification of number 13 is in ordinance that it ends 06-12? And her reference to changing the condition regarding underground power, by which she referenced number 14, is in ordinance number ending in 06-11.
Yes, the modification to condition number 13 is in ordinance ending in 0612. And the request to modify condition number 14 regarding the power pole is in ordinance ending in 0611.
Second again.
All right, I've got a motion and a second. Any discussion on the motion?
In my short 4.5 years of being up here and making decisions, rarely have there been perfect projects. One of the things I've learned in this journey is that I've had to make a lot of, some of them have been really gut-wrenching decisions. Some of them have just been maybe hair-pulling decisions, but most of the time they're tough decisions. There rarely is a perfect, oh my gosh, everything is laid out perfectly. I've been committed for a long time, and I think we all are, is to support quality businesses coming into our community to revive and to revitalize it. And you know, what I have said is I want to put quality business owners in empty buildings. That's what I've been committed to. I really, really am so impressed with the hard work between staff and the applicant to get this to feel inviting. This is a difficult, I know I've had lots of conversations with Courtney, you know, it's mentioned about different things that have come through there, as other properties around the city, you know, properties that have been sitting for a while. But I appreciate that there was a lot of time and attention to listen to what our heart and soul is in our community. The building looks like it fits in our town. I love the walkability, the connectivity that's being presented to it. A lot of the things that we are, you know, committed to as council, I saw. And I know staff has worked really, really hard on this. And I just appreciate that commitment. That means a lot, I feel like, to us as council to see folks really investing in our community and caring about hearing what we would like to see in our community. We have a very close, tight-knit 38,000 community, and we're very passionate about our city. And I saw that in the renderings, the evolution of the designs and all those things. So I really appreciate that. And lastly, I really appreciate a woman-owned business. Thank you.
All right, remember, we still have to vote. Any other comments on the motion?
So, one, I want to start by saying I do appreciate the difficulty of coming up with this design. I think the reason for that is that this is in the downtown character area, and it is not a suburban shopping mall. We moved Chick-fil-A in part because we were trying to remove the number of drive-throughs in our downtown area. This is an intersection that is the potential for being a gateway to downtown. And what we decide about this related to the drive-through and a car-centric pass-through focus is expressing what we have heard. If we're thinking about how we hear from our community about what we want downtown to be, the community vision for downtown is not one that has drive-throughs. And so, as particularly drive-throughs only. And that is the traffic is like the main thing that we can make the decision around the SLUP for. I do have concerns about Lawrenceville Highway and the traffic. And again, we're saying that this now footprint, if it is a drive-through, we are committing to that footprint for the next 30 to 40 years. And we are saying that we are extending what we have done for 40, 50, 60, 70 years when it comes to being a suburban community and in direct contravention to our comprehensive plan and our downtown master plan. So I just want to highlight that. I've been pretty consistent that we have had really strong plans where we said it's very clear which character areas we feel like drive-throughs and car-centric uses should be and which places they should not. And so I just want to highlight that this is bringing cars, but it's not bringing cars to downtown to stay. It's bringing cars downtown to drive through and leave. And we're already a cut through. We're already having a lot of other challenges where we are having to invest lots of transportation dollars to solve problems as people cut through our community. And we're doing that. And I think Councilwoman Troche highlighted some excellent questions about the turning radius and the potential for accidents and additional traffic.
Thank you. I've been quiet, letting you all speak, and just real quick, I'm just going to say it is a difficult decision because it's a difficult property, and if it wasn't, it wouldn't be up here for rezoning. So that's why you all only hear the difficult ones, because there's a lot of other zonings that are going through and development that go through because they don't have to be rezoned. And a lot of times it's because you're trying to fit something into a circle, into a square, or whatever it is. So that's why you have the option to come forward to us. And I agree with all the points that have been made up here. But again, that property was never rezoned by the city to go back to the, or to move forward to the downtown zoning. So we're here because it was left as commercial, C1. And that's what we're looking at. And you've got the drive-throughs next door and the drive-throughs across the street. And Lawrenceville Highway is a state highway. There's always going to be traffic on it, whether 7 Brew is there or something else is there. Maybe if you were In and Out, you'd be a destination too. I don't know. I'm teasing. Bring us an In and Out, by the way. But I just think we have to look at all these circumstances. So I appreciate everybody doing that. I appreciate everybody asking excellent questions. I'm also going to say that in future zonings, you guys asked awesome questions tonight. I wish maybe we would have asked some of these questions on the first read. So I'm asking you all to come this prepared at the first read and maybe add some more at the second read. So, but I do appreciate everybody's questions tonight. So we have a motion on the floor. All right, we have a second. And so I'm going to call the question. All those in favor of the motion made, raise your hands. So you've got 4. All those opposed? 2. The motion passes. Thank you. Thank you for your investment. And we look forward to you guys getting started as well. Thank you. On to I-1 new business. Bonnie?
Ordinance O 2026-07-13. First read and public hearing of an ordinance to amend the comprehensive plan to update the Transportation and Trails Master Plan.
All right, he's throwing you up here right away.
Well, great. So pleased to be here talking with you all and about the Transportation and Trails Master Plan. I'll just go through kind of a brief presentation and be happy to take your questions. Since we met with you at the City Council workshop, we have also met with the Planning Commission and received some comments from them that we've addressed and included in the revised document. You've got a copy of the document there with you. Those are just kind of stapled copies for now. When we get to the final, you'll have a nice bound copy to keep with you when we finish up. So I'll just move ahead here then. And so yeah, just wanted to kind of give a quick overview of the plan elements, and then we'll talk a little bit more about the Vision Zero and Complete Streets. And as we've talked about some in the past too, the vision, we think this plan supports the Tucker vision. Particularly the first sentence, Tucker's a vibrant, inclusive, and connected community committed to a high quality of life. And when you look at the plan here, the inclusion of the Safety Action Plan and the Vision Zero policy are very supportive of that. Also, expansion of the trail network as a way of providing those complete streets. That emphasizes walking and biking for users of all abilities because it's putting it on a shared use path that all users can use. And the emphasis on safety and operational improvements versus roadway capacity, we think, is also in keeping with your desires for the town and for your redevelopment and continued development. So the plan elements, again, what's in the plan? There's a comprehensive transportation plan update, which updates the plan you had previously there. Also including in this is the trail plan update. So bringing them together into one document, and then the safety action plan is a new element of the plan. Public and stakeholder engagement. We had a project website, also online survey where we got information from the community. Very valuable were the stakeholder committee meetings where we had the same sort of group meet with us 3 different times, went through the process, and also the public meetings, which you see some of the photos of. We got a lot of input from the community as we went forward. I'll talk a little bit about the recommended projects by implementation phase, show again short-term projects, mid-term, and long-term projects. You can see that there's only a few of these roadway and intersection capacity projects in this compared to some of the other projects that are here. So a lot of emphasis on the operational and safety improvements, particularly in the short mid-term, and then sidewalk improvements and then the trail improvements throughout, which includes 25 miles of trails, which is more than doubling the amount of trails that you have in your plan. Also, 35% of the city funding that was, we looked at how much funding you have, set aside 35% for annual maintenance, which is consistent with your current spending on maintenance. This shows a lot of the priority projects. Again, those priority projects are things that are in the short term, including 4 intersection capacity projects. There are no big roadway capacity projects in the short term because those are the first 5 years, but have a few intersection capacity projects, also many other intersection and corridor safety and operations projects. I think that another thing to note is, yes, the sidewalk and trail projects are focused on trying to get people, again, develop a linear network and also get people into the downtown area. And then another thing that the Planning Commission had brought up too was to reference that the short-term projects provide access to community facilities as well as downtown Tucker that increase multimodal travel options to some of the vulnerable communities. And those are some of the ones that were shown earlier in the report as being areas that are with as highlights towards the central part of the city. So another aspect of this, again, was that safety action plan where one of the things it did is identify a high injury network, which is that 11% of the roadway network, but it includes 62% of the city's crashes and 73% of your injury and fatality crashes happen on that part of the network. So trying to make improvements there will help, help benefit, the most as far as reducing crashes. So what the safety action plan does, it identifies a high injury network and it provides a Vision Zero commitment, committing to trying to get towards a reduction to zero fatalities and injuries. Then establishing an evaluation monitoring system. We also recommend establishing a Safe Routes to School program. And so there are 54 safety action plans and grant plans have been awarded in Georgia. That was another question that came up in our previous. So there are a lot that have been awarded in Georgia. So there's a lot of other communities that are going through this same implementation of safety plans that that are there. And the Atlanta Regional Commission also is working on a safety plan too. So that might provide some ways to coordinate with others who are similarly implementing these plans. Another thing that we talked about a little bit was the Safe Routes to School. Had looked a bit at that. Now you've got your 5 elementary schools feeding into Tucker Middle School and Tucker High School. Some of the main sort of principles of that Safe Routes to School program is this idea of education, encouragement, enforcement, evaluation of problems, and then engineering. And so, another thing we've noticed is that a lot of the plans that are the most successful are the ones where they're really involving the students and actually developing the program as well as participating. And so we think there's a lot that probably needs to be done as far as getting specific details of how you would roll this out. But with your 5 elementary schools and sort of 5 main goals, there may be an opportunity to sort of take on one of those goals with each of those schools, each year and kind of rotate around. Those are some things that other places have done, was to try to rotate, some focus on different goals. But again, that's something that allows you to over time, work with the community to raise that awareness of safety, but also encourage safe walking and biking for the health aspects of it, and then look at what needs to be improved around the schools. Again, this plan has an emphasis on complete streets, and so it's got a discussion of the complete streets elements within the plan. Also, shared use paths are provided to complete the streets for bicycle and pedestrians, and that's been discussed in more detail in the plan than in the previous versions. So expanding the trail project section with the complete streets sample examples as well. We also recommended a complete streets policy and had added that in the back. One thing we did put as a note here and also in the report as requested by the Planning Commission was a good comment, was that we show some areas where there's trails that are outside of the city limits, and those are trails that would be connected and be coordinated with other jurisdictions because of their connectivity, moving slightly outside, like over to Stone Mountain Park, or over into Gwinnett, and a few that are in other places and unincorporated DeKalb. And but again, we wanted to make sure that those were included because of that connectivity that we want to provide with that overall network. So another big part of sort of integrating safety into this plan is this Vision Zero commitment, and so part of that would be including a Vision Zero resolution, which is something that Federal Highway would like to see, for you to be able to then qualify for improvement funds that could be also generated through the Safe Streets for Streets and Roads for All Act. And so part of that Vision Zero resolution is this acknowledgement that no traffic deaths are acceptable. We want represents a high level support to provide resources necessary to implement the city's safety action plan and promote broader countywide policies and programs in alignment with that goal. It adopts a goal of achieving zero traffic deaths by 2050. It has they do want to see a time frame that sort of is a goal that's out there. And so that was one that we worked with the city staff and committee to look at. And it commits to continued collaboration with neighboring jurisdictions and other partners, and commits to monitoring and reporting on progress towards the Vision Zero goal. So you can see the top, those are some acknowledgements, but then those other things are things that it kind of commits to. And I'll show you, this is, sort of the overall resolution has some of the kind of parts that are sort of whereas the city, et cetera. And then the active part is sort of on the right side, which I kind of blew up here a little bit. The part that would be there would be, therefore be resolved that the mayor and city council, the city of Tucker, hereby resolve commitment to Vision Zero. The city hereby adopts the goal that no loss of life or serious injuries is acceptable on city streets. The target year, again referencing that year 2050 that I talked about, and then the adoption of the Vision Zero policy. And so this is the Vision Zero policy, which is the thing that's being adopted there, and that commits to continued collaboration with neighboring jurisdictions and other partners to advance projects identified in the safety action plan, and to monitor and report on progress towards the goal. So that's sort of the gist of it. It doesn't necessarily commit you to having to fund specific projects that are listed in the plan. And in fact, this plan overall is really, it's a plan. It's not necessarily something that commits you to a work program, but it does give you guidance as you select and build your work program of the things that are recommended here for short, mid, and long-term action. So I went through that pretty quickly, so hopefully that wasn't too quick, but just wanted to do that.
So we're going to go ahead because this is a public hearing
Yeah.
and then we'll come back and do.
Yeah,
this.
yes,
Are
certainly.
you okay? Did I?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Drop my paper. Grab it.
Didn't mean to throw you off. All right. So we're going to go ahead. I'm going to open the public hearing for anybody who is here to speak in favor of the Transportation and Trails Master Plan. All right, I'm going to close that out. Is anybody here to speak in opposition to the plan?
It is an extremely comprehensive plan, so I hope I have the one that I want to speak against correct.
Sure.
But it has to do with Lawrenceville Highway and Coolidge right up here at Racetrack.
Okay.
And he didn't speak of it tonight, but in a previous meeting, there was a discussion about extending the right lane through the intersection on Lawrenceville Highway. And I disagree with that. I think it should be considered showing that that's a turn lane before you get to the traffic light. Because I don't know if it is considered a success what has changed at Chamblee Tucker at the Quick Trip, where that lane has now extended through, and it ends up the people that were in the through lane have to stop because the people who are now in the extended lane are coming over. If that's what's going to happen here, we're going to have traffic in the Lawrenceville intersection trying to merge. And so in the slide deck that I have, it is showed as ID 034, where it talks about, where it identifies access management, intersection, geography, and lane. And that's the only one that I'm speaking against at this meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for that clarity. And we'll address that in a minute. Anybody else here to speak in opposition? All right, I'm going to close that out. And Richard or Ken, can you address that concern right there? I know that's more of a specific, Ken, probably for you, of the plan.
Sure. Lawrenceville Highway at North Lake Parkway / Coolidge Road. It changes name. So we've talked about this a number of times. We recognize it's a congested intersection. It's an unsafe intersection. A lot of accidents. We had a couple of pedestrian fatalities crossing over to the Quick Trip. Sometimes the traffic backs up so much on North Lake Parkway going south, you can't even get out of our complex here. So it's really congested area. And so this is a separate project that I guess we talk about at a high level in the study, but specifically we've awarded the engineering for that project that's underway. We're coordinating with Georgia DOT. But the gist of it is we're adding a lane through the intersection. So currently as you go south on North Lake Parkway, that lane runs out and folks jut over, as you know, they actually cut over through the intersection. It's real safety issues. So what we are designing is an additional lane to get 2 lanes through the intersection. You continue down for 500 or 600 feet, whatever, down to the past the Quick Trip driveway on Coolidge, and then they would merge over at that point. So it gives a lot more stacking distance. It gives you'll still have that exclusive right turn lane. So we feel like, among other things, that's the main focus of that project. So that's under design. We've had a public hearing specifically on that project. And we're looking to finish up that design in the next few months.
So I do remember we had the public hearing, public meeting for that.
Yep.
Who's doing the design work? What engineering?
Kimberly Horn.
When you think about what was done at QT at Chamblee Tucker, that was used in comparison for the public comment here, more distance on that lane that you're
Yeah.
putting here?
Yeah, so the intersection there on Chamblee Tucker, at Chamblee Tucker, basically where it dog legs there, that was done during the lane diet project. And the problem there was folks going south, they had to get over in the lane. It was just causing a lot of congestion. So what we did there is restripe it to allow something similar, allow 2 lanes through that intersection, and then they merge a little south of there. So yeah, it is something similar, but what you'll have is a merge much further south, and allow a lot more stacking, a lot more ability to merge over rather than folks trying to illegally merge through the intersection.
And you're saying it goes past the driveway for QT, or right at the driveway?
Oh, sorry, I don't remember the exact terminus, but I think it's at the right at the QT driveway.
Thank you. Questions for Ken
This
or
is-
Richard?
Well, this is a little combo, Ken and Richard, kind of based on that, which I think might be, okay, this is me wearing I have a degree in planning, so this is me putting my planner hat on, which is, I think it might be helpful because this is such a in-depth, large document to provide sort of the framing behind this plan as sort of a strategic document, as opposed to when you get into specific local design and construction and implementation, and sort of how the public across all of these, because I know there's multiple pieces in here that are kind of that 50,000 foot level, like this is how we think about how these things intersect and what we might recommend with that. So if I just think if you could both speak to that, using that other example, right, of like what's in this is sort of like guidance differently than like, a construction design. I don't know if you could speak to that.
No, that's exactly true. This is a plan, and we've tried to do analysis, accident data, traffic volumes, look at things holistically, make recommendations, and out of these recommendations come projects. That's what we did in the first transportation plan after we incorporated. That's where a lot of the projects that are under design now, that's where they came from. They came from analysis, they came from public input. Yeah, so that's where we are. So this is a planning document. They did the analysis, but certainly each specific project will have its own unique detailed design.
Yeah, that's a good point, Ken. And through that whole plan development process of a project, it's not that it just goes from this document to boom, here's a final design that's coming for you all to see. It goes through a conceptual process. It goes through preliminary design where you try to work out a lot of all these details, like how far does this lane have to go? Then you get to finalizing the design. And through that, there's public input. You have more opportunities for the community to get involved to make sure that these designs are things that, that really are in keeping not just with the strategy that you want to have, which is hopefully reflected through what's in the document, but also that the details are right through that design process before you put them into place. So this really, even though it does have details in here, because we're trying to give you something to say, well, what do we do here? Let's just improve this intersection. Well, how should we improve it? We're giving you ideas, but those aren't the design. Those are things for you to use to say, get a planning level cost. These aren't construction costs to the same degree either. These are the planning level costs for you to program projects and to understand where you want to.
So to the first part of your presentation, I know I've mentioned this several times, but I'm very excited and hopeful. And I will say to my colleagues, I hope that, as we move forward with approving this plan, that we move very quickly on the Vision Zero resolution on a Vision Zero policy, because I think one of the things that you were talking about is sort of how that helps inform how we prioritize these things, because there are a lot. And so just because it's in a 40 to 50 year plan, I mean, just clarifying for everybody, this is a 40 to 50 year plan. We're not going to do everything tomorrow. We might not ever do everything, but we're trying to get in that same direction. And so I really appreciate the Vision Zero piece of it, of like helping us kind of like think through where some of those priorities are. When you showed the high injury network, do you have recommendations on, you can quantify fatalities, but when we talk about serious injuries and how we do that, just have a sense of like how many of those were vehicle to vehicle versus vehicle to pedestrian or vehicle to cyclist?
Yeah, I mean, a lot more of the injury crashes, thankfully, were vehicle to, well, I shouldn't say thankfully, anyone's an injury crash, but vehicle to vehicle, because sometimes those aren't as severe. We just know any vehicle to pedestrian, vehicle to bike crash, any one of those can be, they're not as prevalent, thank goodness, I guess is what I was trying to say. But so there's not as many of those. There's not as many data points, but that's why you try to look at, well, what conditions are you having? And I think that's where some of the value of that high injury network comes into play. And in developing that, we looked at things like what are risk factors for pedestrians and risk factors for cyclists and things like that, because those are elements that you don't necessarily just look at one crash and say, here's this is the one spot we want to look at. You want to look at, well, what other conditions are similar to that need to be addressed.
And I don't know if you have this slide up there, but along with that, I know I've mentioned it before, but I really appreciate the overview and the existing conditions that highlighted the pieces of our community that are the highest need in terms of non-vehicular access. I'd be interested in just seeing like an overlay between the high injury network and where those are most needed. So ideally, like there may not be injuries because there isn't a way for anybody to access some places without a car, right? But then also looking at places that are high injury where we need to be thinking about how to bring that in. So I just wanted to highlight, since this is sort of our like first read of this, where there's the direction that you all have set up very well on how we can think about those priorities and those funding priorities in addition to safety access for folks as well.
Okay, yeah, we can look at that doing a specific overlay like that with that idea of where the potential vulnerable users are. We can do that and email that back out to you so that you're considering that.
So Richard, I remember 4.5 years ago when I was starting in this role, and I was very surprised by the whole excitement around complete streets. And some of our other cities have complete streets, have some complete streets on some major thoroughfares and or neighborhood areas. And I'm just curious, from your perspective, after we've gone through the entire process here and we have this great plan in front of us, how should we manage it? Because we have these old streets, we have old alleyways. We certainly would love to make it so that people can walk and bike, but we also have cars. Any thoughts?
Yeah, well, one of the things, and that's where we came with some of those ideas of the neighborhood greenways, that were sort of the idea of the lower intensity streets that might be compatible with biking, that could be built into part of a network. And we tried to show some of those. We tried to be hesitant to put it like on every street that it could be on, because sometimes folks are a little hesitant to say, hey, let's put this through the neighborhood. But it gives you some that would make the best connections. That might be an area where, if that's working well, that you want to expand to other low intensity streets. I think the other thing we really tried to look at was, how do you, again, using these shared use paths as one of the primary measures, how do we put those in place in a lot of places, because they allow for those sort of all age cyclists to kind of use the network. And so we've got a combination of those that are along the sides of the road, but we also try to include some that were off-road as well, because those can become your sort of destination areas where people like to go, where they're, not, it's completely away from traffic and things like that. So trying to develop that linear network through there, that's where I think, I think that a priority really that you may want to do is think about, well, how can you connect a little more to downtown with those first, but then also how does that expand out to make that linear network? And some of the stuff you're doing along Hugh Howe, that's a great example of that linear network where now all those people in those neighborhoods can take that and they can bike over to downtown and have a destination that they can go to that might be fun to, hey, let me get on my bike and go ride over there. And so, doing that through other areas within the community, I would think would be a priority. I don't know if that answers your question.
No, it does. That's helpful, to think about it from that perspective. So, and then, in those definitions, just when you get to the trail plan, there were some, for me, still some open-ended questions about a soft nature trail versus hardtop trail.
Yeah.
And if this is just being drawn, I know that we, originally the first trail plan came from PATH. I'm just curious, I understand the side road that's in the green in some of that section, and I understand that the purple dashes, as probably hardtop. So when you get into the trail plan, some of those trails go all the way through our parks. And
It's
so we're
true, yeah.
trying to, so I'm just, we've got two parks that the trail plan is saying to do a hard path, but the neighbors are saying they don't really necessarily want a hard path. So I'm just curious how flexible all that is in the bigger.
That can be
picture.
completely, as you get into the design, completely flexible. And I knew about the one in the Henderson Park because one of the planning commission folks really talked a lot about that. We did try to add something in there in the project description to say that that should be considered to be perhaps a soft, soft surface path and kind of coordinated with that group. But there may be another park or two, if we want to make that more of a general thing, whenever one touches a park, we could do that. There's certainly the ability to do that, but then you also, one of the things that's nice, if you don't have to do that to really preserve the natural part of that park, it is nice to have the park have a hard surface because again, you talk about multiple users. A lot of times you get a park, you're getting a kid out there. That's one of the first times they're riding their bike.
Right.
Harder for them to ride on a soft surface trail. And, and even old folks like me, when I get out there, I'm gonna, be a little more steady on the hard surface trail. So there's kind of a little bit of a, so there is sort of some benefits to that hard surface when it's not something that's interfering with what you're trying to do with the park. But I know like Henderson Park specifically, and maybe it doesn't have to be the whole part of the park. Maybe it's just that really sensitive part by the lake and by all that you want to keep a soft surface. When you go by the ball fields and all that stuff, it's probably fine for it to be, and probably preferable for it to be hard surface. So those are the things I think you need to work out that you'd work out in the design details. We did try to add that in though, and it's part of the.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. And I think the only other thing, we have all this CIP project lists, and we've been kind of, paying attention to what was needed. And now that we have Public Works, we're only really a few years in, not a long time. Do you have any comments about how to prioritize? Because I see all these new priorities coming in, and we have a CIP that has some.
And get them out of your mind.
Yeah,
I'm just kidding.
No.
Yeah.
We have a CIP.
Yeah, so my question is for you is which section of this plan, or how do we figure that out? Because I feel like we have so much to do, which is not.
That's right. There's a lot to do. We did try to do a prioritization in here instead of just sort of putting a list. And sometimes folks will just sort of phase a plan. Well, they say, well, here are the projects, and these just seem like they could be done quicker, so let's put them in the short term. We did try to go through a prioritization exercise in there. So the ones that we have earlier on are the ones we think are higher priority, to be done. And there's a little bit in that section there. But that's never an easy thing, right, to figure out as the council how to do that. I think that might be something, if you're really just going through those first iterations with Public Works, that might be something where you want to also look through those, but also look at what are your things that you want, your goals and objectives, and make sure that they understand that. And then there may be some other work sessions you want to do to make sure you've got the right priorities in. I think that one of the things that's best is when you look at a plan, it's got technical reasons for being a project, but whenever we try to rate projects, we also try to think, well, what are the goals and objectives of the community too, So if you're trying to look at what your goals and objectives are, And, you know, sometimes there's a project that really needs to be done because say it connects, maybe it connects to downtown and provides a key link, but it may be not hitting all the other technical marks high. But that goal, and that goal is more important in some respects than hitting all those technical marks. So those are the kinds of things that really, as you all look at this and work with Public Works, you know, you may want to you know, to develop a framework for, you know, for logically applying this. That's what I would kind of suggest, I guess.
Okay, perfect. That's helpful.
I appreciate Councilwoman Weaver saying, remember, this is a 40 to 50-year plan, so we're not going to be checking boxes, and a lot of stuff we're doing is already in here.
Mhm.
And so we've got to remember to stay focused on the goals we talked about at retreat
Mhm.
and how we prioritize the CIP already, because Richard, we have a problem
Yes.
that, you know, most cities you work with have one road project, one park project, and maybe one trail project a year. We have a gazillion.
Yeah.
And
And that's
so
great. That's a good problem to
it-
have.
Well,
But-
it is, but it isn't. So we need to prioritize and finish those projects that we've started. But a lot of that is already in here. And you brought up a good point on the trails. That debate is happening now, as you said, having trails in the parks, and I understand Planning Commission, someone told me took way too much time on debating the trails in the park versus just the plan overall. But that's going to be the park master plans. So in here, it'll have a trail, but that decision will be made through the parks. And we're doing the Henderson Park Master Plan right now to decide, and that's the debate that's happening in the community now with the design is what does that look like? So I appreciate the Vision Zero as well, and you and I have talked about this. We have federal highways, not just state surface streets, but we have federal highways and state highways, which the map you show, those are the worst
Some of the worst ones.
places
Yes.
for our deaths and our accidents.
Yes.
We don't control 285 and we
Right.
don't control 78. So when we put together a Vision Zero plan,
Mhm.
must they be included? And then we partner with GDOT? You know, because it does
That's a
look like
good
we have
question.
high accidents, but when
Mhm.
you dig in and you
Yeah.
look at it, a lot of those are on 285.
Yeah. Well, and must you part, I think what we've heard is that they like they like to see if you're doing a certain geographical area that you include all the things that are happening in that area. But it might be something that we could note on there that those are ones that would really be, you know, that the GDOT would be taking the lead on those roads. And we could
Okay.
probably show those differently on that high injury network and make that note because really those big roads like that are going to be roads that are, you know, they're taking the lead and you're probably not going to be doing much of anything for those, right? And then you have other ones like Highway 29 and the state routes where it's going to be more of a partnership. So we could go on there and we could take that high injury network and maybe color code that 3 ways to show here are the city, you know, the city roads themselves. Here are the ones where you'd be partnering with GDOT on the state routes, and here are the ones that would be completely, you know, GDOT's responsibility.
That'd be great.
Yeah,
I
we could do
appreciate that
might, yeah.
very much. Thank you. All right, anybody down here? Ben?
Yeah, I think, thank you for this long process. I know, you know, you guys have brought this up a few times already, added a lot of things that we've requested, you know, from the Vision Zero, complete streets, the design guidance, all the way in the back of the appendix. And then the benefits of the trails. Can you talk a little bit about that section and how it, you know, came into your recommendations for like the projects?
Yeah, sure. As far as the the complete streets and the trails. Well, and one thing I think that that's really important. I've been here presenting as Pond, but we also had Alta as one of our partners here, and they did a lot of work on that trail plan from the beginning, kind of looking at all those different alignments and trying. So when you see the lines on the map there, they've really driven down and walked through a lot of those you know, they walk through all of them to some degree, maybe not every square foot of them. But to determine where those go. And so I think that the evolution of that was trying to make sure that that was more integrated into the language of the report too, and the goals and objectives of the report were reflecting that sort of trail, you know, emphasis. I think the other thing was that you asked for some, you know, some guidance on the complete streets. You know, what does this trail section look like? What are some of the, you know, the technical design guidelines that would be there. So we tried to make sure that that was added in to that section. And so hopefully we did an okay job kind of tying that together a little better and adding some things in.
Yeah.
Is that what you were kind of looking, or did?
For the
was there
most
some-
part, yeah. Yeah, I think, what you gave us is a good, a first step. Just like the recommendation for Vision Zero and all that, there's a few more things that we need to do to bring more details to like the design guide for one, right?
Mhm.
More in depth of a complete Vision Zero design guide where, we label each street, each intersection as a certain type of road type, right?
Mhm.
So I think that's like something that we as a council will need to fund for a more in-depth detailed guide. I think one of the things that we brought up a few times before is, the Brockett Lane diet, the Chamblee Lane diet, and whatever future lane diet, they all kind of look a little bit different. They have different components. It's for our benefit. I'm sure you guys are very tired of, hearing me go on and on about like certain design aspects of an intersection that Ken brings up. I would like to not do that. So I would like for us to, get a more in-depth design guidance documentation for the future. You mentioned the recommendations. I remember you listed short, medium, long-term. Can you highlight a few, for our constituents that really are designed for pedestrian and bike safety? I think, over the last 10 years, our city has focused a lot on like the car intersections and stuff like that.
Mhm.
So we've gotten a lot of requests on, how are we prioritizing the rest of the community?
Okay. Okay. Yeah, well, and I think that's the thing, is trying to look at a lot of these, a lot of these projects that are either adding a trail along the side of the road, or ones that have separate, trails that are recommended. I think one thing, the building on, that's really great is, like I mentioned before, that Hugh Howe Road, having that connection there that ties all those neighborhoods in. I think another one that a couple others that we went back and revisited as we talked with you. One was Brockett Road, and the idea of, well, do we really need to limit ourselves just because you put in the road, the traffic calming? Does that really, and it really doesn't. So we did add in that recommendation to and that helps bring in a lot of those neighborhoods from the south. It provides a nice connection into downtown through Brockett. I think you've also got Chamblee Tucker Road, which is one where, it's kind of got some sort of bike lanes on there. They're not really big enough that they're striped as bike lanes. They're really more wide bikeable shoulders in the way that they're striped. But, that was one where we went back and added in a trail component on that as well. I think that one of the things that's really important is, there's, instead of having just a lot of roadway widening type projects and a lot of capacity projects, a lot of the projects that you'll see around are intersection improvements and intersection safety type of projects as well. Because where the trail plan gets you linearly along the network, you want to make sure that your intersections are safe and that everything is, up to date as far as crossings.
Thank you. And I just kind of want to circle back on the Chamblee Tucker. I noticed, like you mentioned, you guys went back and updated for like a shared use according to the map. I was just kind of wondering why, like pragmatically, we wouldn't just kind of do like a divided bike lane, since there's already sidewalks and like a bike shoulder there.
I think that a lot of it was just, well, you're going to have to, if you try to widen those lanes out, you're probably going to have to redo the curb, and to make them wider, you're going to be redoing curb and gutter along the whole length of the roadway. So it's probably an easier project to do, to expand a sidewalk into being a trail on one side of the road. The other thing is just kind of, going along with the idea that the shared use paths are really good for all user types, and especially if you're on a road like that, that's sort of those sort of volumes and speeds you still have on Chamblee Tucker are probably more compatible for all users to be on something that's separated from that road, compared to like those neighborhood, when we talked about those neighborhood greenways, those are sort of snaking through some roads that are, more of a low volume, low intensity road. So those are some of I guess the intensity was the main reason. And the fact you'd have to move those curbs and gutters on maybe two sides to do the bike lanes.
Oh, all right. Thank you. And then, I think the one thing that I just recently noticed was, that, in a lot of the recommendations, I didn't see like the recommendation for any kind of slowdown for any of our other streets.
Mhm.
I know that's constantly asked about like Idlewood, New
Mhm.
Howell, and a lot of our other neighborhood streets. Is that something that was just kind of not part of the project scope, or?
Yeah, I guess we hadn't really seen those other streets as far as trying to put in the things like the traffic calming that was on Brockett. And I don't know if that was, was that a model that you all had wanted? Yeah, I didn't get the sense that necessarily was a model that you wanted to put it in a lot of other places. But, yeah, that was not really a big part of the plan so much as trying to make sure we had the bike network on there. There's a lot of enforcement. It's a little hard to get people to slow down on those collector roads, without having just, the enforcement type of aspects there.
Yeah. Okay. And then
not address that as much.
lastly, like you mentioned,
Mhm.
you guys focus a lot on the intersections, improvements for like pedestrian safety. One thing, again, I didn't notice was any kind of recommendations
Mhm.
for the collector streets and
Mhm.
neighborhood streets where we could implement smaller, Vision Zero components to improve the entire journey, not, just where they
Mhm.
cross with a vehicle.
Okay. Yeah, I don't think we had a lot of recommendations for, say, mid-block crossings and things like that. That's probably not something that was
Right.
a big part of the plan. If that's something that's, that's missing that you all feel is missing is important. We could try to add in some discussion of that. It's probably, it would be hard to go back and do a real detailed, deep dive on that. But that could
Right.
be something we
Okay.
can talk with you about.
Yeah,
If we need
I'm-
to add in some discussion of that could.
Yeah, well, I know we've asked a lot of you. I just see a lot of other cities, implementing pretty much citywide speed limit reduction programs and,
Yes.
trickling in a lot of these design elements where they can. So, yeah.
Okay.
I'm going to ask a clarifying question because you're right, like Decatur just did it, but it's my understanding, if you want to run radar, you've got to do something to that street to reduce that speed. Right? So like you have to, I mean, you can throw up a sign that says 25, but if you want to go out there and enforce radar and pull people over, GDOT makes you do something to calm that speed down. before
Right, you have
can
to have
do
all
it,
your speed
correct?
zones have to be approved by
Yeah.
GDOT to be able to run radar and to be able to have your speed limit ordinance there. Now, some of the folks like the city of Atlanta, and some others, I guess Decatur's doing that too, are saying, well, if we pass a citywide ordinance that says that we're going to do this, and so the question is, how is that, it's not exactly what GDOT wants. So how is that challenged, so they're kind of on the leading edge on some of that.
Okay.
Being able
So they're just doing it
have that
and
be.
we'll see what happens in court. Is that what you're saying?
That's the way I understand it, but I'm
Okay.
not, like I said, I'm
Okay.
not a lawyer.
Mayor, there are certain conditions that have to be present, so you can't have more than a 7% grade, for example, on a road in which you're going to enforce with radar. There has to be signage that's posted so many certain numbers of feet. But I don't know that you necessarily have to make a physical change to the road. You just have to meet those specs in order to be licensed by DOT to run the radar.
DOT to run the radar.
I'm sorry, there's DOT specs, but I think it's the Georgia Department of Public Safety that actually issues the radar permit.
Okay. All right.
And as far as I know, Brookhaven, Decatur, Dunwoody, they all are certified still for the radar.
No, that's why I asked, because that's what we've been told. I'm not
Right.
making that up.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah,
what I've
yeah.
been told. So
Mhm.
I
Absolutely.
just want to make sure.
Yeah,
we're all on the
there may
same
be some things
page
that's,
Forward.
and as you said, as you're trying to pick up and look at as doing more with your complete streets ordinance, that might be something that you want to, that you want to consider
Or that
further
could
if
be your
you do
Vision
something.
Zero.
But that would be it.
But that's the guidance that we have been giving in the past,
Mhm.
is that we could not lower their speed limit on Brockett until after we had done the lane diet
Mhm.
and had that
Yeah,
restarted.
have that discussion with, then you have to go with
Mhm.
GDOT and get it recertified. And it's interesting because Federal Highway talks about speed, lowering speed limits as being a tool, but GDOT, their policy is still pretty strict. So
Pretty tight on that. All right.
others are doing it.
All right, y'all. We still have 5 more items.
I got two questions. One is, you spoke about it right out of the box, working on, and that is grants.
Mhm.
I learned 3 years ago over, an iteration of a year and a half of studying and doing all these trainings and stuff like that, we got to have a safety action plan
Mhm.
to apply for Safe Streets for All and other grants. So within the scope of, I guess my question is with regards to Vision Zero, safe routes to school. Um, that is a commitment that's part of the safety action plan. If we, assuming we approve this master transportation plan, which I think we will, and we have the safety action plan in place, is there anything in your mind with, that would be a roadblock at this point for us to apply for grants? I mean,
Yeah.
yeah,
I don't think so. I think but you'll have to go with federal, get in with
Yeah.
federal highway and apply since this wasn't done through one of their grants where they said, here's money to do a safety action plan. So now that the safety action plan's done and it meets the criteria, you have to let them know that you've completed one that meets the criteria, and they'll look at grandfathering you in for that
Right.
criteria.
Okay.
And then you're sort of off to the races there.
Okay.
I think the other thing that they do like to see is that, like the monitoring program that, that each year you're kind of monitoring, well, where the crashes are.
Yeah, okay.
So when you make your application, say next year, you're able to say, oh, we've done this and here's some
Okay.
things we've done sort of towards it.
As far as the master transportation plan,
Yeah.
the data's there is what you're saying, basically, to show.
Well,
that
yeah,
we,
the data's there, and I
ready to-
think part of it is that they want you to just sort of have an ongoing monitoring
Ongoing,
program.
okay,
So
got
maybe every year you're looking to see, well, how are those crashes? Are we making progress? Are we
Yeah.
doing moving towards some of these projects so that you can make that part of your application, say, we have this plan, and here's some things that we're doing to implement parts of the plan.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
And then my other question is about mass transportation.
Mhm.
Not a lot of options for us in there. There was a reference to a shuttle. I did see as part of a recommendation, having I don't know, it wasn't called a transit-oriented development, but at 78, there was a reference at 78 Mountain Industrial Boulevard,
Yes.
having some sort of transportation project there, which is a big vision that I've had for quite a while.
Okay.
The huge,
Mhm.
like,
And
it's
that came out of
overwhelming,
a
but
plan that was part of the Gwinnett Transportation Plan, and some of the work that was done on the mountain. There was a plan that the city and Gwinnett County kind of went together on to look at
It's
mountain
basically for a
industrial.
transit stop, not transit-oriented development, but a transit.
Yeah, it was a transit stop.
buses.
Sort of
Yeah,
have a common
yeah.
transit stop there that could maybe allow people
could
to
be,
transition
yeah.
between what they want to do is more of a rapid transit along Highway 78, that could stop
That
there.
could be
And
a-
you
that
could
could be a
kind of
stoplight.
interface with that.
Yeah, I mean, my vision, my dream or whatever is to be able to have,
Mhm.
some sort of transit-oriented development. But yeah, to the point of having a BRT, some
Mhm.
sort of station there, just to have some other options in the city, because,
Mhm.
we're never going to have a MARTA station or anything like that, but to
Yeah.
be able to have those options. So I guess my question in here regarding that is just, were there other, extemporaneous ideas that came up, or are we sort of like restricted to, obviously active transportation, trails and all that good stuff that will help. We hope that will help,
Yeah.
but, and shuttles, but were there any other?
Well, I guess having MARTA, so you're already sort of contributing
With
some
MARTA,
money
yeah,
to
yeah,
MARTA
yeah.
and how that MARTA system works. Now, one thing that MARTA's about to be updating their transit master plan for
Right.
DeKalb County.
They
And so I
have.
think that would be a really, in fact, they're going to engage in another one very soon. So
Oh, they are?
you might
Okay.
want to really engage with that process too,
Yeah.
to see, well, what are they thinking of and how is that going to change? Some of the things they've done recently were just those route changes, those routing changes.
Yeah.
Kind of more reductions, but they were really more, cutting out some of the,
Yeah.
some of the things that were a little redundant, except for the one up, is it Juliet? I
Juliet,
wish
they
they
were
had
not
not cut
happy
that
about
one
that.
out, because I think that was one that was used
Yeah,
by a lot.
yeah, I
of people,
know. Yeah, we were.
And so that was kind of a
disappointed in
little
that.
disappointing. So maybe there's a chance to
Yeah.
reopen that when get in there, but also to be looking at them about, are they thinking about more bus rapid transit corridors? That might be something to really have a discussion of
Yeah.
as part of this DeKalb.
Sure.
Because I think you've got a couple corridors that could maybe benefit,
Yeah.
from that as a way to get through. But, obviously that's your biggest bang for the buck is being able to work with MARTA and try to partner there. The other thing with the one on Highway 78 was a little bit part of that Gwinnett County plan, since Gwinnett they're still committed to implementing their transit plan, but they didn't pass that transit
Yeah.
tax. So they're, that's a slow roll now, kind
Right.
of trying to get those routes in place that would make that important. But I know that's one, and also Mountain Industrial Jimmy Carter Boulevard, there was that previous study on there.
Yeah.
And when it comes to transit, is that something that becomes part of again, it's an easier vision to have if DeKalb and if Gwinnett had their transit to be able to bring those together. But that might be something to think about with the transit, master plan, to make sure they've got a little pencil mark in there for that
Yeah.
ultimate connection.
Okay. Well, thank
Anyway,
you.
those
so
are
much.
just a few ideas, but we didn't come up with specific like circulators and
Just-
things. Those are very expensive to operate. And I think that
Yeah.
you're going to get more, sort of benefit out of doing the transit connected things with your
Yeah.
ped and bike system.
Yep.
with stuff.
Yep. Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you, Richard. Put you through the ringer several times, so we appreciate you very, very much. All right, Bonnie, I too. That was just a first read, y'all. So we'll be back.
We have Resolution R 2026-07-24, consideration of a resolution to renew the service delivery strategy for DeKalb County and the city of Tucker, Georgia.
The service delivery strategy between the city and DeKalb County. And it's a state law requiring every county and the cities within them to adopt the service delivery strategy. This is enforced through the Department of Community Affairs. Documents have to be revised and updated periodically, and that triggered by when the county does their comprehensive plan updates. And DeKalb County began the process of updating theirs, I think that states in 2019. The city directly provides community development. This is just in terms of services. There's a very large matrix. Courtney's done a lot of work on this, very much appreciate it. But to just restate, we have our 4 principal services that we do in terms of zoning, community development, code enforcement, then parks, and then we pulled down public works. So the county still provides a large number of services, as it does for many other cities in terms of like watershed and fire. But in our case, we just have those 4 principal services. There we go. We're currently operating under 2019 service delivery strategy, and that's obviously expiring. All other cities in DeKalb County have passed a resolution to renew their service delivery strategy per resolution. And that's what you have in front of you this evening. And as what I spoke to earlier, we went through our matrix of other services, and we also looked at some of the services, 911, animal control, public safety, some areas where we made some comments about things that we may want to look at in the future, but we still wanted to move forward with this deadline in terms of signing off on this resolution. And if the county were not to do this, we would be ineligible for state administered financial assistance grants, qualified government status through the Department of Community Affairs. And I believe that is the extent of my slides. Please let me know if you have any questions.
I also want to add that we met, so appreciate Courtney went to each department head that touched the services that we worked with DeKalb and compiled a list of issues that we're having with some of those services and things that we would like to see improved upon. And we had a meeting with Zach Williams, the COO, and Martha Ravello, the Chief Intergovernmental Affairs person. And so we expressed those at a high level for now. However, we have meetings that are getting on the books with each one of those department heads from DeKalb. So the head of animal control, Chief Fulham, Chief Pedrick, and several others. So we will, and we mentioned sewer capacity issues as well, and looking at those improvements. So getting detailed improvements of what they're rolling out with 911, right? That's still in the works, what they're going to do to help with that. We talked about them also coming to council for a work session. And so to talk about the sewer capacity, because there's some issues right now where they're saying it's going to take them a year, even if a developer pays them the extra money to roll that out. So they'll come here and talk to us about that. They've hired more contractors and more staffing to get that done. And then we've suggested that animal control also come and speak to us. So the former mayor, I've inherited this. It was not signed previously when all the other cities had signed it. I think it's a good faith action, so we're not losing any, state funds with them. But they know that we have concerns, and Zach will have those meetings set up for us. So I appreciate everybody's work on that.
Can I just clarify, because I just want to make sure I understand. So this is basically saying we are continuing to work with DeKalb where these are the things DeKalb's in charge of, these are things we're in charge of, these are things we share. And then, to my planning analogy, there's another layer that is things like, but that's maybe different than what you're talking about, but that might inform our intergovernmental agreements, our actual agreements around how the service delivery actually happens. So that is still on the table. There are some of those that are coming up. And so part of us having these conversations allows us to figure out how to put teeth in the best of versions to how we're saying we want this to actually occur.
That's right. That's an overall overarching, this is service divisions. And like we said, every county and city right now, a majority of them across the state are going through this. And then your IGAs are what really gets into the details.
Oh, can I have a follow-up to that? So it would be really helpful because I was like, oh, did it get decided? Because I didn't kind of understand whenever we get there to be able to have some some work sessions about those things, because I think they're all going to take, I would not like to see all of those departments present on the same night. It would be a very, I mean, I'm not saying they would, but I'm just clarifying. I think do some robust discussions around each of those.
Oh yeah, most definitely. All right. Yes.
Yeah, I just wanted to thank you both for the clarification that this was not the lost opportunity to be expressing the way that we want things to be. So I appreciate that.
And we'll think of a good way too, because quite frankly, having them come to a work session and us hashing it out in a work session may not be the best forum. And so we'll think of a way to collaborate with each other to get those concerns addressed, similar to what Courtney did with staff. All right. Can I get a motion on this?
I'd like to make a motion to approve Resolution R2 026-07-24.
Second.
All right, any discussion on the motion? All right, seeing none, all those in favor? All right, no one opposed. Somebody text Martha so she can sleep tonight. All right. I3, Bonnie.
We have contract C 2026-PO 26-01143-L 13162-AMD-01. This is consideration of a contract amendment with Georgia Power Company for Brockett Road sidewalk.
Ken's got his tie on. All right, Ken.
I'm not asking for money on this. Well, not really. Brockett Road, so there's a there's a sidewalk gap on the east side of Rocket Road that we identified, and the community identified a need there. And so that's been on our list for a couple of years. Council awarded a design to Atlas, and that this would be on the east side from Railroad Avenue up to Comanche.
Do you have it? Do you have a presentation?
I do not. I have a map if you want to see a map. There we go. So the red is existing sidewalks. So of course you have sidewalks on La Vista Road up here. You've got sidewalks that the city installed. It's one of our first projects on the west side. And there is existing sidewalk here, some on the east side from La Vista Road down to Comanche. So this would fill in a gap on the east side from Comanche down to Railroad, and with the that would provide some really good connectivity also with our future Tucker North Lake Trail there. That's the limits of the project. It's been the design's completed, right-of-way acquisition, not right-of-way, but easement acquisition is underway. We need some driveway easements and some construction easements. So that's underway. Although we try to design around utilities the best we can, there were 2 Georgia Power poles that had to be relocated. So we came to you last August and explained this, and it required $82,000 for Georgia Power to relocate the 2 poles. You approved that contract with Georgia Power, and it took a number of months, but Georgia Power contacted me and said, well, the contract says you'll pay us after we remove the pole. We require payment before. We require upfront payment. So that's really the purpose of the issue tonight, is to amend the contract to state that we will in fact pay Georgia Power upfront.
So council last August already approved all this work, design, right-of-way acquisition.
Yes.
And the contract. The only thing we're voting on is the contract amendment said we would pay them. Previous contract said we would pay them after the work, which that never happens. And so now there's before. So Ted's going to speak up.
I was just going to mention that the contract adopted by the city prior was sent to us by Georgia Power.
Yeah.
That's right.
All right. So I just want everybody to be clear on that, because y'all have approved all of this work previously. So we're not debating the sidewalk at all. We're debating on how we're going to pay Georgia Power.
Sidewalk's budgeted, by the way.
Yeah.
Right?
Okay. So, all right.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the contract amendment for contract C2-026-PO26-01143-L13162-AMD-01.
That's like the longest contract name we've ever had.
I'll second.
All right. Any discussion on the motion?
I did just want to, again, I just want to add, because we recognize Disability Pride Month, that a huge portion of this conversation started with the community, because we were looking at how we could create some ADA accessibility for a child with cerebral palsy. And so I just really want us to highlight that, like, yes, it's nice to have a sidewalk, but there's what brought us all to the conversation was really making it really accessible for someone who really needed it.
Very good. Anybody else? All right. Motion second has been made. All those in favor? All right. Thank you. All of us, Bonnie. All right. I-4.
We have contract C 2026-ROW-G.PI0019-054 with resolution R 2026-07-25. This is consideration of a contract with the Georgia Department of Transportation for right-of-way acquisition for Tucker North Lake Trail.
Ken?
All right, Tucker North Lake Trail, we've come to you a number of times on this project. You know, it was identified in the initial trail master plan. You guys have, in previous administrations have identified it as a high priority. We sought federal funding successfully to get the engineering design to the tune of almost $2 million. As we've talked about before, the good thing about federal funding is you get the money. The bad thing is it takes forever. So this it's a 5 to 6 year schedule to go through the process. So believe it or not, we're on schedule for this thing, but it's been several years and we're still, you know, working through the environmental and the engineering design process. So we were approved for 80% of $2 million for engineering design. So that was great. And then we applied for the next round of Transportation Improvement Program money, TIP money, through the Atlanta Regional Commission. We applied for the right-of-way, and that was awarded a couple of years ago. The right-of-way is estimated at $9 million. So the GDOT approved 80% funding, so $7.2 million. It didn't get a lot of publicity because it's just boring right-of-way, but that was a huge win for this project.
Right of way is never boring. Aren't you reading the headlines nowadays on social media?
So that was a big win. We were awarded the right-of-way a couple of years ago. So this is just basically a contract with Georgia DOT committing to the 20% match, which is already funded and budgeted.
We've already budgeted that. All right, any questions for Ken? All right, and of course, you're going to prioritize the first section, right, to Brockett?
Well, yes, we're working on that. We've talked to Atlanta Regional Commission. I'm trying to set up a meeting with Georgia DOT. We want to fully understand the implications of trying to phase this thing and what it does to funding and scheduling and all of that. So before we commit to cutting the project up into pieces, we want to make sure that we don't shoot ourselves in the foot and jeopardize scheduling. So yeah, we're working through that with the city manager.
Thank you. Duly noted.
On this, and Ken's coordinating one with GDOT. So yeah, moving forward.
Make a motion to approve, sure I'm at the right one, C2026 ROW GDOT PI 0019054, and to approve the resolution R20260725.
All right, can we do them both in the same, or you want them separate? You probably want them separate.
There's a resolution attached. Is that what you're asking about?
Yeah, would you want two motions, or can we make it one?
I think you make it one. I would also recommend that council authorize the city manager and I and the clerk to make any kind of scrivener's corrections that are in line with the intent. I mean, this document has signature lines for people that are no longer working at the city and things like that need to be fixed.
I'll be happy to, yes, I'll motion again to approve the contract C2026 ROW GDOT PI 0019054 with any scribblers corrections from the staff, and as well approve resolution R20260725 for the staff leadership to make any changes or corrections.
Fabulous. Can I get a second?
Second.
All right, thank you very much. Any discussion on that? All right, seeing no discussion, all those in favor? There we go. Excellent, Bonnie, all of us. Okay, and I-5.
Contract C 2026-ROW-GDOT-PI 0019787 with Resolution R 2026-07-26. Consideration of a contract with the Georgia Department of Transportation for right-of-way acquisition at 6 locations on Mountain Industrial Boulevard.
Thank you, Monty. This is a similar type contract with Georgia DOT for right-of-way, contract and resolution, I should say. This project has been before you a number of times. We did get some tip money on this one as well for engineering to the tune of, let's see, the total engineering was 700,000, so 80% of that is federally funded for the design, and then Tucker Summit CID is splitting the rest with us. So it's roughly $100,000 for the city and $100,000 for the CID, and then the rest of the engineering design is federally funded. So again, we're working through the engineering design process. We've got right-of-way authorized. We just need to enter into this contract to allow us to start right-of-way acquisition. But again, these are 6 intersections on Mountain Industrial, and mostly we're talking about improving the radii to make them safer, some pedestrian enhancements, some signal revisions, crosswalks, things like that. Not really capacity improvements, but safety improvements at these intersections. So this has been to you for the TIP application. We had an MOA with the Tucker Summit CID. We awarded an engineering design. It's been to you a number of times, but this one specifically is for the right-of-way contract. On this one, the right-of-way is 100% local funded. So whereas the trail one talks about 80% federal and 20% local, this one is completely locally funded, and it's budgeted, estimated at a little over $700,000.
Do you, and the Tucker Summit CID is helping with the right-of-way acquisition too, correct?
Not at this point, no. They're splitting the engineering match with us. We do not have a commitment from them on right-of-way. That's currently locally funded in this.
But it's in our budget.
It's in the budget.
They're asking us for light money. All right.
Yep.
Thank you. Any questions on this? Councilman?
Can you talk about the installation of sidewalks and pedestrian facilities for these 6? Like, how many of the 6 are we improving for, the radii, and how many are we doing for the pedestrian?
Pretty much most of the intersections are radius improvements. But anytime you touch an intersection, you've got to make them ADA compliant. And so really all of them have the radius improvements and pedestrian improvements.
Okay.
So we're looking at ADA ramps and the striping and the signage and all that.
Were they all missing
They all had some deficiencies, yeah.
It's also an economic development project, isn't it? Because these are for the 18-wheelers that are crushing the sidewalks, right?
Yeah, so this initially came out of the freight cluster study. That was also federally funded, I think, but that was done by the Tucker Summit CID or led by the Tucker Summit CID. But these intersections were identified in that study.
Anybody else? All right, can I get a motion?
I'm glad the contract coming up is there. I keep pushing this button and it won't turn on. Okay. I'd like to make a motion to approve contract C2026-ROW-GDOT-PI 00198787 and resolution R2026-07-26 for right-of-way acquisition at 6 locations.
I ask that that motion include the authority for the charter officers to make any scrivener's errors that are in comport with the intent of the agreement.
Adding to the musician. Oh, gosh, it's 10 to 11. Adding in for the officers to make adjustments. Well, that will work. Okay, thank you.
I'll second.
All right, thank you. Any more discussion on the motion? All right, seeing none, all those in favor? All right, that's all of us, Bonnie. And last but not least, Joseph. Bonnie, you want to read in I-6?
Contract C 2027-PO26-01381, consideration of a contract to overhaul the Court Council Chambers AV system.
Evening, Mayor and Council. No, it's late, so I'll make this fast. The AV system in here needs to be upgraded. It was installed in 2020 when we took over the space. It's had a couple of upgrades since then, and they've gone some good, some bad. It's very hard to upgrade the system the way it's built right now. It's also not doing that well. It breaks down every 2 weeks or so. I have to reboot it completely. So we're going to take out the old processor that's in there and replace it with a new network-based system. That'll be a lot easier to work with and easier to upgrade going forward. We're going to keep the existing speakers, amps, TVs, mics, all that still works. No reason to upgrade those. We will be adding a front-facing camera, so when somebody's presenting, you're not looking at the back of their head. More wired mics out here. More wired mics out here. Small screens up there on the dais, so if there's a map, you don't have to squint at it. And speakers in the lobby out here, because I don't know why there were never speakers out there, but we've had to use it for overflow a couple of times, and people just stand at their doorway to listen in. So speakers out there cover that. And that's the scope of the system, or scope of the project.
And I believe that was in the budget.
Yes.
In our CIP, right? Yeah. All right. Very good. Questions?
Will that front-facing camera allow for the recording to include the presentations? Because like right now, the public watching can't see any of the presentations. So will they be able to see that?
It would go split screen.
Okay. So they'll be able to see like whatever the conversation is and the actual document.
Yeah, the main screen will look like that until someone's presenting, and then it'll bounce to split screen.
Perfect.
Good work. Anybody else? All righty. Can I get a motion?
I'd like to make a motion to approve contract C2027-PO26-01381.
I'll second.
All right. Discussion, questions? All right. Motion's been made and seconded. All those in favor? Okay, that's all of us. Thank you. We'll do mayor and council comments. We're going to do quick executive session. So I'll go ahead. I'll start down here. Mayor and council comments.
Just last week was a great week. We opened Richardson Road. We had a beautiful playground dedicated to a lovely young girl, Olivia Hayes. And it was just a great week for our community.
Anybody? All right, we're good. Can I get a motion for executive session?
I'd like to make a motion to adjourn to executive session for the purposes of personnel, real estate, and litigation.
Second.